Muhammad Noor, a black police officer, did the exact same thing. Actually, not even the same thing. He did much less than Geronimo Yanez. Geronimo Yanez was looking at Philando Castile for 7 whole seconds, had his gun drawn on him, and unloaded because he could. And they said, oh, no. Muhammad Noor, see, you killed a white woman at night. Geronimo Yanez did it broad daylight. This is about normalizing murder. That's why these people are turned up. In addition to all the other black men who have been mysteriously killed there. And by the way, tomorrow night I am going to have on one of the people who was arrested at the house of Michael Chabon, not the folk talking about it, one of the 6 people who were arrested at his house. I'm going to be talking to her. Monique is going to be joining me tomorrow, and we're going to be discussing what happened there. And there's a long history of these shenanigans going on up there in Minnesota. So Monique Doty is going to be joining me here tomorrow to discuss that tomorrow night. You're going to find out a lot more details. It's deeper than George Floyd. It goes back way further than George Floyd. And you got the nerve to ask, why are they turning up in St. Paul? Your black effete mayor in St. Paul yelling about, why are they turning up over here? This isn't Minneapolis. Everybody wants to play dumb. Tonight, they're turning up in Philadelphia. They're turning up in Philadelphia. Why is that? Why are they turning up in Philadelphia tonight? Let me give you a brief reminder. Move. Move. You think we forgot? You think we forgot? You think we've forgotten? You think we have? You think this is about Starbucks? Or do you think that we have forgotten that you murdered black people with impunity? Shout out to the former DNC chairman, former governor of Pennsylvania, former prosecuting attorney, Professor Truth. His name's losing right now. Ed, whatever the hell his name was. He was a governor of Pennsylvania.
Rendell.
Ed Rendell, thank you. Who said that the officers who invaded and started killing people at the Move House, that they would have been within their rights to execute them on the sidewalk. Ed Rendell, Hillary Clinton's best buddy when she ran for president. Now you can't find him anywhere. Atlanta, Keisha Bottoms, how appropriately named, has the nerve to talk about Atlanta. I upset some people right now when I started talking and running down this list. My numbers dropped. I upset some people when I talked about this. But you need to understand, this is where we're at. Oh, these bills are long overdue. Folks should be turning up in Orlando, in Sanford. They should be turning up all over Florida. You all should be thankful or grateful that they're not. But the truth of the matter is, you're paying for past sins. They turn it up in New York for Amadou Diallo, for Sean Bell, for Patrick Dorisman. They're blowing up in New York for Eric Garner. We can run down for Akai Gurley. A laundry list of black people murdered in New York City, and no one's been punished for it. Oh no, the murder of George Floyd ripped the Band-Aid off the wound. And people started saying, you know what? There's some old scores to settle. Minneapolis isn't the only place. There are some old scores that need settling. So when you take a look at a place like D.C., you take a look at a place like Houston, and it's bowing down, appeasing mayor, and Dallas, Texas, and we can go down the list. Understand something. No city in this country doesn't have blood on its hands. We just finished talking about the murder of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. And then Atlanta thinks it's going to be quiet. Atlanta, Georgia actually thinks things are going to be quiet. And Ahmaud Arbery happened technically just down the street from you in your state. And he was one of many. How about the cops in Georgia who are pulling people over saying, we think you're intoxicated as a daily practice? No, there are old scores to settle here. There are old scores, decades old. Young black people are in the streets because even at their tender young ages, they've already been victims. They identify with all of this. There are old scores to settle everywhere. There is a score to settle in every city in this country. So everybody out there, any of your bootlicking, buck dancing politicians, understand nothing. None of you can sit up here and say you're blameless. None of you can say, oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because as soon as you got into power, do you know how you could have avoided this? Your so-called black female attorney general of the state of New York could have started handing down indictments. That's how you stop this from happening. You see, when the system works properly, people don't like it. When the system doesn't work properly, people resort to justice by other means. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to play some audio for you. In Atlanta, it was disgraceful yesterday. I'm going to play some of it, not all of it, because there's only so much we can take here. Your Atlanta mayor, Keisha Bottoms, appropriately named for a strip club. By the way, Keisha Bottoms, who is appropriately named for the exotic dancing industry, is now the mayor of Atlanta. And lo and behold, why she came out wagging her finger at black folk as if she's the queen mom of the damn city, a woman who's made no connections, who hasn't gotten any credibility, got no credentials. And yet Keisha Lockett Poppet Bottoms wants to hold some flash press conference. And of course, for young black people, the clergy ain't gonna get it. And yes, I'm gonna get to Killer Mike. I have to do this in the interest of my people. I can spare no sacred cows. I'm gonna get to Killer Mike also. I'm gonna get to Killer Mike too. But Keisha Bottoms had a few choice words for the people out there in the streets in Atlanta.
Let me just speak to what's happening here today. Above everything else, I am a mother. I am a mother to 4 black children in America, one of whom is 18 years old. And when I saw the murder of George Floyd, I hurt like a mother would hurt. And on yesterday, when I heard there were rumors about violent protests in Atlanta, I did what a mother would do. I called my son and I said, "Where are you?" I said, "I cannot protect you, and black boys shouldn't be out today."
So Keisha Bottoms says When I heard there were going to be violence, suppose, how did she hear that protest? I asked my boys, where are you? I got a question to ask y'all right now. I'm going to just keep it 100. What part of town does Keisha Bottoms live in?
Okay.
For those of you in the Atlanta area, by the way, what part of town does Keisha Bottoms live in? Just think that's a good little bit of trivia there for you. Now, here's the rest of what she had to say here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit because I want you to hear the tone. I mean, it's amazing with your black politicians, the tone that they take when addressing black folk, by the way. Listen to the tone that she takes here.
You're not honoring a legacy and give you some instructions on what this city that has had a legacy of black mayors and black police chiefs and people who care about this city, where more than 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners.
So there goes Keisha Bottoms. 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. You do understand that minority includes white women, right? 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. And then this dumb heifer wants to try to play dumb as if she doesn't understand why this is happening in her city tonight. Why this is then she wants to play dumb about it. She's not dumb. She's just playing dumb. That's all. But she's not dumb.
Black mayors and black police chiefs. And people who care about this city, where more than 50% of the business owners in Metro Atlanta are minority business owners. If you care about this city, then go home and pray that somebody like Reverend Beasley will come and talk to you and give you some instructions on what a protest should look like and how you effectuate change in America.
So to the young black folk out there, Keisha Bottoms literally told you, so what you need to do is, quote, go home and let someone like Reverend Beasley sit you down and educate you about how change is enacted. Woman, if you don't kiss our black asses, here she comes with the damn clergy. I got a question to ask all of you here tonight. See, this is the new black generation. We ain't bootlicking niggas. Someone tell me how many battles the black clergy has won. Oh, it's about time to ask that question. See, this would be forbidden among Keisha Bottoms' masters and handlers. But that's not forbidden here. What's the last battle the black clergy has won? I would actually present to you, has the black clergy ever won any battles? Which is why we don't submit to them today. What are the battles that the black clergy has won? Because all of them was really just jockeying for a position in the structure, and those are the handpicked niggas who say, well, don't worry, I got a church, and black people used to use it as a rallying point in the day of Nat Turner, but I'm running things now. So don't worry, when they show up this Sunday, I'm going to tell them all, Jesus said the best way to revolt is to love your enemies. And if y'all give my church some preferential treatment here, I can see about that. But if you don't, I'm going to tell everybody you know it is I to turn up. This heifer had the nerve to sit up here and just tell you, you need to listen to Reverend Beasley. How many black folk, how many battles for black people is, quote, Reverend Beasley won? And what a name. That's a name that you would expect from Pastor Porkchop. I'm saying it like it is. We need to listen to Reverend Beasley. No, I got a better idea. Sit his agent ass down. Reverend Beasley needs to listen to the new black media. reason that young black people listen to us and don't give a damn about what you have to say. You won no battles. You sit up here and thump your Bible and at us, but you ain't running up in these white supremacists telling them what's going to happen if they don't submit to the word. You're starting to look like a puppet, and we don't listen to puppets. So she's coming to young black people and trying to see if she can do that plantation cowering thing. She's going to make us back down and sit up here and say, I'm the mama, and y'all need to listen to the good reverend. Even if he's never won a battle, even if he has no wins, listen to him tell you that you all need to calm down and you need to get peaceful and quiet and go home. And so she's not even listening to the young people in the streets to find out what it is that the problem is. And that's why nobody's listening to you, Keisha. Now listen to what the heifer has to say next.
This police chief made a video on yesterday, pull it up on YouTube, where she said she was appalled to watch the murder of George Floyd.
So Keisha is pointing to her white female police chief standing behind her saying, this police chief said that she was appalled. So if you all want to know what minority means to Keisha, LGBT, tops and bottoms, if you want to know what's going down with Keisha bottoms up, that white woman standing behind her to her left, that's what she plans for our future. Those are the people pulling her strings. That's who she's looking to satisfy. And she's just outright telling you why the credibility with which I speak is this police chief behind me and this white woman over here. You see, Keisha has been sucking the asses of these white supremacist handlers for so long that she don't even know she's talking to black folk. She's talking to us the way she talks to them. These are things that go over great in an audience of these white power masters that she and people like her, and I'm going to get to Killer Mike in a moment, these things are going to sound frighteningly identical. The way in which she's talking, she's forgot she ain't sitting in front of Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton. You're sitting in front of a bunch of black folk telling us that the credibility with which you speak is this white woman behind you to your left. What are you trying to convey to us? That she's the authority with which you speak? Why, that she's the prevailing sentiment among white people with this prison industrial complex that can arrest or murder black people with impunity? And Keisha's telling all of us, don't worry, I got white mommy here to validate what I'm saying. Then she can't understand why we're out there in the streets and nobody's listening to her. You've been living up under these white folks' ass cheeks for so long, Keisha, that you don't understand. You're not talking to them anymore.
This woman did that. You're not honoring the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement. You're not protesting anything running out with brown liquor in your hands, breaking windows in this city.
So now she's invoking the name of Dr. King. Let me tell you something. If the civil rights movement were truly successful, if the civil rights movement had truly been a success, you'd be able to invoke the name of somebody since Dr. King. Keisha, if that bull crap that you're spouting were really true, you'd have some new names to give us. You wouldn't have to reach back over half a damn century. You'd have some current names that you could invoke. Oh, wait a minute. She actually thought she did.
T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side. So when you burn down this city, you're burning down our community.
I got respect for T.I. I got respect for T.I. I got respect for any black man who's been able to raise himself up in this wicked system, however you did it. I got respect for T.I. Harris. that's not affected by this. I got a level of respect for Killer Mike for what he's accomplished. But brothers and sisters from around the world, do those two men really own half the, quote, West Side?
Hell no.
Just the two of them own half of the West Side. West Side of what? To my brothers and sisters in Atlanta, so T.I. and Killer Mike, those two guys alone, they own, quote, half of the West Side? Is she really saying that they own half of the West Side of the city of Atlanta? Because that's literally what she just said. I'll replay it for you again.
Windows in this city. T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side.
That's what the bitch said.
Okay, I just played it for you again. She literally just said T.I. and Killer Mike own, quote, half of the West Side. I've been to Atlanta many a time. They own, I just came through there a few months ago. They own half the West Side? Really? So she realized she screwed up when she tried to invoke the name of Dr. King. She invoked the name of T.I. and Killer Mike, and then she sprinkled a bunch of bull crap on top of it. She couldn't actually tell you what the accolades really were, so she just exaggerated the bull crap to a crazy level, is what she did. Amazing. She's talking to black folk like she's in a room full of white people, like we all don't know what it really is. They are accomplished, no doubt about it. Half the West Side, they're accomplished. But half the West Side, she forgot who she's talking to.
Than anything running out with brown liquor in your hands, breaking windows in this city. T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side. So when you burn down this city, you're burning down our community. If you want change in America, go and register to vote. Show up at the polls on June 9th. Do it in November.
Professor Truth, she just said, if you want change, if you want a revolution, show up at the polls in November. If you want change. That's literally what she just said. And Killer Mike says something similar. If you want to beat up the politicians, beat them up in November at the polls.
Yeah, because it worked so great when we put Barack Obama in office 2 times. Oh yeah, we really showed them, didn't we? This Keisha Bottoms woman, she's auditioning for higher office. I guess she figures that Stacey Abrams' star is now starting to implode, and I guess she figures she's on the way up. John Lewis, he's going to assume room temperature any day now. You know, he can't last forever. And I'm sure she's already licking her chops and going, as soon as he kicks the bucket, I'm in there. I'm just a couple of steps away from the presidency. It's obvious that Mayor Bottoms was performing. She was obviously putting on a show for the white media and the white powers that be. That was the audience she was trying to reach. That's how you get CNN on their YouTube page posting a video saying, Mayor scolds violent protesters. Scold. That's what you do with a child. That's what they're pointing at. You know, this child race who dares to stand up to their betters. But although her words disgust me, they don't surprise me. Her words were dumb, and she wasn't alone. And she points to these old failed fossils, these civil rights retreads. They'll show you how to do a revolution. Yeah, that's because she knows that's exactly what the white powers that be want to hear. She's thinking about herself the same way they always do when they're talking to us. They got it's not even a matter of, was there a white person standing over her shoulder? Sure, the police chief. Nah. We're talking about white people with real power. In her mind, yeah. In her mind, white daddy is always watching. White daddy is always monitoring. He's like a satanic version of Santa Claus. He knows if I've been licking his boots or not. And if I expect for him to elevate me to high office, I got to show that I'm going to scold these out of control, unruly niggers more than he would. Yeah, you got the mammy on the plantation as she sees it, but this ain't the plantation. Oh, the slaves are in revolt, all right, but ain't no preacher man gonna get out here and tell us to leave Massa alone. And ain't no bedwench gonna be showing up and saying, Massa gonna take care of me and y'all ain't gonna ruin it for me. No, we intend to spoil the party for everyone. We intend to spoil it for them all because we ain't been getting a dang thing out of this. How dare she? How dare she, in the city that Dr. King put on the map, how dare she spit on his hallowed grave, telling us to point to the very kind of bootlicks who no doubt opposed Dr. King. Dr. King was undone by a whole lot of those Negro preachers who were jealous of him, jealous that this young man was getting things done when they couldn't, jealous that he was able to mobilize people when the best they could do was sit there and say, don't y'all be agitating now. Dr. King, for whatever shortcomings we may want to attribute to him, you got to give the guy the credit for the fact that at least he was moving people. And had he lived, had his poor people's revolution gotten underway, we may well have a very different condition than the one we have now. But there were a lot of those black preachers who were pretending to be on his side, but who the whole time could not stand him. And then you got this mayor here who has delusions and dreams of being governor one day. She's going to sit here and play the game of, well, let me spit on black folks and trash black folks. Yeah, she watched the Barack Obama playbook. You can tell she was monitoring his playbook. Word for word, that's one of the rules. You want the white powers to be to elevate you, you got to show them that I'm going to keep these niggas in line and I'm going to downplay them and tell them, how dare you speak out of turn. See, this is why you got to watch these black politicians and the black celebrities. I respect T.I., but the problem happens to be same issue that I had with Snoop Dogg. At some point, T.I. is going to be looking to the people who he wants to get another acting job from, or he's going to be looking to the people he's trying to get another record deal from. And at the end of the day, there's only so far he's going to go. But the thing is, when it comes to black empowerment, we got to go all the way. And I'm glad that he's got his, but my people don't have theirs. And I can't let anybody's inconvenience or anybody's discomfort become some sort of bar to me making sure that my people get what they're supposed to have. Because if my people don't have empowerment, what they're going to have is a mass grave. And I'm sure that preacher, pastor, pork chop, whatever pulpit pimp that Mayor Bottoms points to will be glad to deliver the eulogy. But that ain't going to be comfort for me or anybody else. So family, since we're all we've got, we can't be letting anybody, any of these people who the white media trots out, we can't be paying them no never mind. Keep our eye on the goal. Don't let anybody sit here and shame you because you're letting the society know that if you sit here and treat us like animals, don't be surprised when we bark at you. If you're going to sit here and run us into the ground, then don't be surprised when we fight our way out of that corner. Like we're supposed to be ashamed. Like we're supposed to be listening to these old has-beens, never gonna be's. It is an insult. It is a profanity. It is blasphemy to bring these old preachers. You know that these guys got no stroke. They've got no influence. They have absolutely no pull with us. But this is them putting on a show. Massa, you can't get these niggas under control, and we can't either, but we're going to dang sure get out here, and we're going to put on a good little show, and we're going to have them say, sweet, low, sweet chariot, and say to them, y'all can't be doing this, and wagging our finger, because, Master, we don't want you doing that, because that might get them even more riled up, so we will do it for you. This is what passes for the black leadership class. Now, Atlanta, while the young people in Atlanta took to the streets and put in some work, question becomes, how the world is it, though, that we still got people like Keisha Bottoms who are calling the shots? No, family, it cannot just be a matter of making sure the enforcement arm of white supremacy understands you ain't going to treat us any old kind of way. These black misleaders, they got to be put on notice, too. The black misleadership class has to get the message loudly and clearly. You are not going to be telling us to sit on our hands while we get slaughtered in the streets. If the mayor of Atlanta has got a lot of time to lecture black people and bring a bunch of irrelevant fossils in front of us, then she ought to also have time to go hem up John Lewis and tell him, why the world have you not put legislation forward so that we can start targeting the police for prosecution, targeting these DAs who refuse to do their jobs, targeting judges who are clearly conducting and presiding over the cases in an openly racial biased way. Let's go ahead and cinch the rules to make it where Black empowerment is going to be the legal order of the day. Make it where these DAs understand, now we're going to be looking over your shoulder and reviewing every single one of your cases. Well, don't you know how that's going to slow down the process? Well, you guys have been railroading Black folks into prison so fast, maybe that conveyor belt needs to be slowed down. And the same thing with the judges. If you keep allowing these juries to be calling the futures of Black people, to be rendering the decisions and judging the futures of Black people, and you make sure that time and time again there's not a single Black person on that jury, we're looking at the judge now and going, you should have put a stop to it. The prosecutor sitting here violating the voir dire process. And practically every state's supposed to have at least some sort of law that says you got to have that, you can't be racially purging the juries. But the problem is they're not being executed. The laws are not being enforced. How do you spell what the people really want? How do you say what the people want? What the people want is punishment. They want these racist cops punished. They want these malicious DAs collaborating with them punished. And they want these satanic judges punished. That's what they want. They don't want sensitivity training. They don't want reform. They don't want any retraining. They don't want any community outreach. They want punishment, full stop. And the white media can go ahead and bring on Keisha Bottoms or any other Black sock puppet to sit there and talk around the issue. Well, you know that what we don't say on CNN is that the DAs are deliberately orchestrating these cases in such a way as to throw them. We don't want to give people the idea that the DAs are crooked as hell. So we're just going to sit here and pretend that we just don't know why. Why? We just can't believe that another Black person's been killed and the DA couldn't bring charge. We don't know why. No, we know exactly why it is. And ignoring what the Black people are saying, what they're learning is just because you're ignoring us doesn't make us go away. Just because you do not give voice to what we're saying, just because you don't say it doesn't mean that it won't be heard. And you can get all the bought and paid for safe Negroes that you want to get out there and chatter on your behalf. You can bring out T.I., Killer Mike, Rakim. You can dredge up the ghost of Fife. You can bring back Run DMC for a reunion tour. It's not going to change what we're saying. Oh, they figure, well, the preachers don't really have that influence anymore. We know what you like, what you young niggers like to hear. We're going to bring some rappers out here. We're going to bring some Black actors out here. We know you guys live through television and you'll listen to them, right? Wrong. No, what the young Black people are listening to, they're listening to the Black media. They're listening to the Black folks online who are showing we understand exactly the hell that you're in, and we understand exactly how you can get out of it. For over a decade now, we've been preaching this gospel of get, fight, and get free. In the beginning, you had a lot of Black folks still talking that resonate your heart chakra crap. You still had that garbage going on. But as the situation has intensified and white supremacy has begun to tie the noose tighter, all of those fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools have fallen off. Because people don't want to be hearing that. People weren't so receptive to the message now that Black folks are getting gunned down in the street. Black empowerment was a joke in the beginning. Oh, y'all want too much. Black folks ain't never going to do that. What do you mean a Black defense fund? Black folks can't never get it together. Now, after Kenneth Walker, you see Black people have done it. See, the problem is a lot of Black folk don't actually want to fight for empowerment. It comes down to equal parts cowardice and laziness. And truth be told, laziness is when you're scared of work. So it basically comes down to cowardice all around. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not going to be fighting for your empowerment. Everyone must pull their own weight. This is what it means to take a hard-nosed approach to your power. Oh, Professor Black Truth, what does that mean? You talking about being merciless? No, what I'm talking about is being strong. We are not going to get Black empowerment from people making excuses for what they don't want to do and always telling us what they can't do. We've had situations where you had the least likely among us who have been able to do the most. You think I'm taking excuses from anybody else? Not even. We got the resources. We have the ability. We have the will. No excuses being accepted. Because when you look at the bad guys, what you see from them is they require that the people on their squad not offer up any excuses. The white supremacists don't allow the people in their ranks to tell them why they can't do it or what they can't do. They don't allow that. Excuse making is not part of their institutional culture. And if you got a politician who's speaking against their interests, they immediately say that person needs to either be silenced or they need to be out of office, but they damn sure can't continue doing this. Keisha Bottoms understands that she's bucking for a new job. She's bucking for higher office. She's got delusions of being president just like Keith Ellison. She's sitting here wagging her finger at us for the same reason Keith Ellison is sitting on his hands playing helpless. I'm not saying that Keith Ellison should file suit against Mike Freeman and try to find some way to make it loud and clear, hey, this case has got to be out of his hands. But what I am saying is Keith Ellison should be making it very clear that the case isn't being handled properly, or at the very least, he should be making the case for himself and saying, you know what, this case could be handled a hell of a lot better. It needs to be handed off to the state. Because we have seen this before. We've seen before when there have been attorney generals who have been on television saying, well, certain cases should be handed off. And, we've got better resources and we're much more confident in what we could. Why? We have specific resources that they don't have at the county level. See, when the white supremacists are looking and going, we don't want you to fumble the ball on this one, they know how to go ahead and elbow their way into the proceedings. But of course, Keith Ellison is not there to secure the safety and the prosperity and the well-being of Black people. He is there to be a black face to rubber stamp anti-Black violence. And as sad as it is to see what's happened with Breonna Taylor, as tragic and horrifying as what happened to George Floyd, as absolutely reprehensible and disgusting as what happened to Ahmaud Arbery, nonetheless, the fact that it has gotten Black people galvanized, at least for the moment, this is good. We need Black people to take this seriously. We need Black people to understand that we have a Nazi-style genocide that they have been slowly trying to tiptoe their way towards. And the only way we're going to come out of this alive is maximum resistance. Black people have to get over their fear. Get over your fear of having to actually spend your time on something other than Instagram. Get over your fear of having to do more than just 40 hours, do your 8 and hit the gate. Get over your fear that apparently you're not going to have interracial sexual access if you decide to fight for your survival and that of your progeny and that of your people. Get over your fear of standing up to and standing down the enforcement arm of white supremacy. Black people don't have a fear of fighting for their freedom. It's a matter of Black people have a mental block. Black people are not scared of fighting white supremacy. They're scared of displeasing white supremacy. Well, you better get over that. You better start having a healthy sense of contempt and disgust with white supremacy. Because you know what you call that? You call that the only way that you're going to survive. And beyond that, the only way that you're going to prosper. We cannot continue being the cockroaches scurrying under people's feet. Because at this point, they're stomping out the cockroaches. So let's start acting like what we are. Black men and Black women standing in their own power, here to take what is ours. You focus on what is yours. And when we see the Keisha Bottoms and see the rest of these Black folks who white supremacy's caked off, so they're going to go ahead and toe the line and tut and murmur at us, pay them no never mind. In fact, laugh at them. They are a barometer of our success. When white supremacy brings out a phalanx and Negroes to try to wag their fingers at us, that's white supremacy realizing and understanding, okay, they're not going to respond to white daddy saying, you're going to displease the white folks. Aren't you scared that you're going to lose white support? Aren't you guys concerned about losing public support? That means white support. That didn't work. They were saying that for the last 3 or 4 days. So since that didn't work, now in come the Black people. Here come the bootlicks. Send in the clowns. and that won't work either.
Well, what
This
we
is
want
what
to do here, I want to take a look at another audio clip here from Keisha Bottoms. This is the one that really jumps out at people here. Um, for those of you who aren't listening in when she segues off of Dr. King, she wants to remind us what's really important for black folk in Atlanta.
Brown liquor in your hands, breaking windows in this city. T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side. So when you burn down this city, you're burning down our community. If you want change in America, go and register to vote. Show up at the polls on June 9th. Do it in November. That is the change we need in this country. You are disgracing our city. You are disgracing the life of George Floyd and every other person who has been killed in this country. We are better than this. We're better than this as a city. We are better than this as a country. Go home. Go home. In the same way I couldn't protect my son on yesterday, I cannot protect you out in those streets. You're throwing knives at our police officers. You are burning cars. You have to face the CNN building. Ted Turner started CNN in Atlanta 40 years ago because he believed in who we are as a city.
What? So, as you all just heard there, she is bemoaning. You have defaced the CNN Center. I mean, so basically she just told you all that she puts CNN up there with Dr. King and whatever contributions Killer Mike and T.I. have made. She puts CNN up there after she went talking about all these police chiefs and black police chiefs and minority businesses, supposedly implying black, and then CNN. I want you to know what the issue is. It's CNN. I want to remind you about what's really important here. Well, you know what? I'd like to take a moment now to remind you all about that CNN company and why it is that people have shown up there to let them know how little they think of them. Now, I could do this for a few hours, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm going to remind you of, this headline from CNN. Let me remind you of this headline from CNN. Remember Peter Liang? And by the way, you all can go Google CNN's crimes against black people from the last decade, while Keisha Bottoms is on the verge of tears and sobbing uncontrollably because somebody's spray painted on the CNN sign. Well, that same CNN, you want to know the environment that they contributed to? Brooklyn DA tempers justice with mercy in police shooting case. They're referring to the murder of Akai Gurley. Peter Liang marched off into a housing project and shot simply because he heard a sound. He was going into a stairwell and started shooting, his version of the events, because he heard a sound. Because we all know that's how they train you at the police academy, right? They train you that when you walk into a dark area, you just start busting. That's what they train you to do, correct? That's CNN telling you that when black people are killed, why, you have to temper justice with mercy. With mercy. Now, Kai Gurley, screw justice. Let me tell you something, people. CNN, just by making that statement, do you realize how damn offensive that is? How the hell do you temper justice? Justice is not something that is supposed to be tempered. Do you see the mind game they just played on you? Justice isn't supposed to be watered down. Justice is supposed to be complete and thorough. That's why supposedly Lady Justice has scales, so that it is balanced. The punishment should fit the crime. The punishment isn't supposed to be way lighter than the crime is. Not in a case like this. Not in a case like this. Do I need to go further? I will. Whether you like it or not. How much does CNN love black people? Oh, do you remember this greatest hit from CNN? When they put out their article, as Freddie Gray's body wasn't even cold in the morgue yet, and CNN had an article talking about more about Freddie Gray. Well, we don't have any dirt on him, but his mother was an illiterate heroin addict. So don't the children of illiterate heroin addicts, don't they just deserve to be killed? That's your crime. Don't they just deserve to be killed? You should be killed for that. You're the son of an illiterate crack addict, heroin addict. You should be killed for that. That justifies murdering you. That justifies it. This is CNN. The same CNN that Keisha G-string bottom is up here about to break down in tears over because spray paint on the sign. And this is what CNN has been doing with its powers. Oh, not enough for you? Not severe enough? Need I remind you that this was CNN also? Need I remind you that this was them also? Let me pull it down so you can see. You can go Google these right now. CNN was one of the first news outlets. You want to talk about the murder of unarmed black men? How about the murder of unarmed black people? How about the murder of unarmed black children? CNN would certainly never defend white supremacists. They would certainly never target black people in favor of white supremacists, and certainly would never defend killing a child. Correct? If you thought that, you're dead ass wrong. CNN was one of the first to say, well, you know, we know that George Zimmerman murdered an unarmed black child after chasing him down for several blocks. We know that he did that. We know that he did that. But you know, we really need to take a look at Trayvon Martin. We really need to examine the child here. Did he have a gun? No, but he talked about guns in a text message. Now, for white teenagers, talking about guns is Second Amendment rights. For a white kid holding a gun is a Second Amendment right. A black person talking about a gun, in the words of Chris Rock, congressional hearing. Well, in case you've forgotten, because we here in the black media, we have not forgotten, CNN. That's why the fires burn around the country today, because black people have not forgotten what you did. And we also haven't forgotten that you have not been punished for what you did. CNN said, well, why don't we talk about Trayvon Martin? He talked about text messages with guns and drugs. And they said that this was new evidence. Remember, the headline says guns, drugs, text teacher, and Trayvon Martin shooting evidence. What is this evidence of? CNN? What were you trying to say? Well, of course, you were trying to say it's morally justified to kill him, even if all of this is completely out of context. That's the CNN that Keisha Tops and Bottoms is sitting up here crying and bemoaning. That's the CNN that she's upset over. In case all of you have forgotten. Maybe we can put in an application at Magic City for Keisha Bottoms. I'd like to get her employment at something she's actually qualified to do. And then she can do all the ass kissing of rich white men that she would like to. Because it seems to me she's only upset that she didn't get a shot at Ted Turner back when, as I understand it, back when Ted could still talk to you. Apparently that's no longer the case. But that was Keisha Bottoms in Atlanta, demonstrating to you all why she is so damn clueless. And I'd like to tell you that that was the worst that I witnessed, but that would just be untrue if I said that. That is not the worst that we witnessed. The worst that we witnessed was soon to come. The worst that we had to witness was soon to come. And I don't do this proudly, but as the black media, it's incumbent on us to do this. I've got to address Killer Mike's comments at the same press conference as we're discussing the murder, black men. I gotta address Killer Mike. Well, listen to what he had to say for yourselves. It didn't take very long for it to get started.
I didn't want to come, and I don't want to be here. I'm the son of an Atlanta City police officer. My cousin is an Atlanta City police officer, and my other cousin, East Point police officer. And
so Killer Mike starts his comments by saying, I'm the son of an Atlanta police officer. All I got to say to that is, wrong answer. He then continues on. I got two cousins who are police officers in that metro area. That's the first words out of his mouth. Didn't really want to be here. I'm the son of a police officer, and police officer Mike. Those are the credentials that he puts out as qualifying him to speak. That's the first thing he says. I wish I could say it stopped there, but that wouldn't be true.
I got a lot of love and respect for police officers, down to the original 8 police officers in Atlanta that even after becoming police had to dress in a YMCA because white officers didn't want to get dressed. Here we are 80 years later.
Folks, Mike, he starts getting emotional at the part talking about the original 8 black police officers had to get dressed at the Y because the white police officers didn't want to get dressed with niggers. That's when he started crying. I mean, that was what started breaking him down. I'm like, Mike, you really want to go out like this? I mean, we took it easy on you for all this other stuff, but this is how you want to go out, Mike? On this hill? This is what's breaking you down? I wish I could say it stopped there, but it didn't.
I watched a white officer assassinate a black man, and I know that tore your heart out. And I know it's crippling. And I have nothing positive to say in this moment.
Let's shut the fuck up.
I don't want to be here. But I'm responsible to be here because it wasn't just Dr. King and people dressed nicely who marched and protested to progress this city and so many other cities. It was people like my grandmother, people like my aunts and uncles who were members of SCLC and NAACP, and in particular, Reverend James Orange, Mrs. Alice Johnson, and Reverend Love.
More preachers. More preachers. More talk of Dr. King. More preachers. More talk of preachers and more talk of Dr. King. And I'm wondering here, do you really want to go out like this?
Who we just lost last year. So I'm duty bound to be here to simply say that it is your duty not to burn your own house down for anger with an enemy. It is your duty to fortify your own house so that you may be a house of refuge in times of organization. And now is the time to plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize.
So Mike hits us with this is not the time to burn down your own house. Brothers and sisters from around the world, is Chase Bank our house?
Hell no.
And we all remember the debt over slavery they owe. Is Wells Fargo our house?
Nope.
Is CNN our house? Mike, who just because they let you up in the door at CNN don't mean the rest of us. You're forgetting who you're talking to. This is exactly what I meant here just a moment ago. Him and Keisha, no wonder they march y'all in front of the cameras. Y'all have forgotten you ain't talking to a room full of white folk. You're talking to us like you do them. You forgot to turn off the bull crap hose. You're talking to us like you're talking to them.
It is time to beat up prosecutors you don't like at the voting booth. It is time to mobilize. It is time to beat up prosecutors you don't like at the voting booth.
Was that supposed to be a slick line there? It's time to beat up prosecutors you don't like at the voting polls. Was that supposed to be a slick spin on it? Was that supposed to be his idea of being slick? That was supposed to be some psychological twist there. We about that life at the voting polls. Really?
It is time to hold mayoral offices accountable, chiefs and deputy chiefs. Atlanta is not perfect, but we're a lot better than we ever were, and we're a lot better than cities are.
So he just told you that Atlanta isn't perfect, but we're a lot better than we were and a lot better than other cities really are. I'm just going to say this straight out, right? This is that post-antebellum slavery talk. How many black folk live in Atlanta feel like it's better than it's ever been? How many black folk who live in Atlanta feel like, hey, we have arrived? The fact that it's not where it should be is what folk are upset about. But I guess Mike, is that you can't see where we at no more? I mean, they talk one way, but as soon as they get on, it's like, okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine for you, so it must be fine for us. Now, I want to play this next part here.
I'm mad as hell. I woke up wanting to see the world burn down yesterday because I'm tired of seeing black men die. He casually put his knee on a human being's neck for 9 minutes as he died like a zebra in the clutch of a lion's jaw. And we watch it like murder porn over and over again. So that's why children are burning to the ground. They don't know what else to do.
Mike, brother, this is hella inconsistent. I've got, as black men, I got to hold the line. I am not going to criticize you for expressing yourself, but brother, this ain't it. We don't need to be boo-hooing and singing the blues. This is not how we reinforce to the women and the children what we gonna do. Boo-hooing so that we hope white folks see how hurt we are and how pained we are. This This is that appealing to the good white liberal stuff, brother. I ain't with it. I'm not with it. Never gonna be with it. This doesn't make people respect us as men. We got to cry behind closed doors, and I don't really encourage that for men. This ain't the moment for us to get on TV, and I'm hurting right now, and he has his foot on his neck. Right, this is the moment to show uncompromising strength. This is the moment when everybody in the world is watching you, and the mayor is there, and the governor's watching, that racist bastard, with all the rest of them. This is the time to be breathing fire and brimstone. And Mike starts breaking down, crying and sobbing and appealing to his white friends and explaining to them that Andy had his knee on his neck for 9 minutes. It was terrible. Mike, no. Black folk, we got to stop this mess where we get in a room full of white folk and microphones, and then we start sobbing and trying to show them our sensitivity, because that's supposed to motivate them to change. The reason that the folks in the streets tonight have my utmost respect is they are demonstrating that if you don't change, we will change you. I told you all there are only two things that people in power respect: people with money and people with weapons. Everybody else is dismissible. The young folk in the streets are showing, oh, wait a minute, there is another option. They're feeling empowered because, there is another option. Because here's the question that Killer Mike ain't asking. What do we do when voting at the polls don't work? Because let me explain to you all what the flaw in that argument is. Well, if one DA don't do right, vote them out and get another one. That doesn't bring back your dead loved one. And that doesn't fix the problem of the enemy who's still sitting there. You don't fix a problem by letting people get away with murder. You fix a problem by chopping off heads. You fix a problem by letting them know you will not get away with this. Not now, not ever. If it takes 1,000 years. Let me say this in language they will understand. If the crime was committed in the streets, the deterrent is in the streets. If they're trying to deter you from the streets and saying, come over here to this election poll where we rig things to our liking. Because you see, by taking to the streets, you are also incentivizing them, and you better not rig anything else either. Because if you try to rig something, we go in a different route. It's going to be fair and square. It's going to be straight and narrow. Or we're going a different route. I'm not going to keep going with the sound clips you all heard was coming out of Atlanta. You tell me if this is power and empowerment. You tell me if this has our enemies shaking in their boots. You tell me if this is gaining the respect of these other folk. These people have had these secret meetings and behind closed doors and these, quote, secret alliances with white folk that we don't know and some that we do. And this is what they've come back to us with. There are two forms of ethnic cleansing: murder and gentrification. And Atlanta is no longer an epicenter of white supremacist physical violence. It is an epicenter of white supremacist economic violence. Black folk are the majority of the city and have nothing and own nothing of consequence. The Super Bowl stadium, the NFL stadium you have, belongs to Mercedes, or at least got their name on it. Ted Turner owns the damn ball field and the media infrastructure. I'm going to have Professor Truth weigh in just a moment on this, but I want to remind you all that you cannot have power if you don't demonstrate the ability to physically protect it. And they're out there in the streets tonight demonstrating that, oh, we got the ability to physically enforce our will. And to this idea of, quote, tearing up your own neighborhood. You notice nobody ever tells white folk they're tearing up their own neighborhood, and they actually own the stuff. White folk actually own Target. We don't. White folk actually own Nordstrom's. We don't. When Richard Spencer and his goons were in Charlottesville tearing up the whole damn town, did anybody tell him, Richard, you tearing up your own town? Even after they ran him out, they didn't say none of that to him. They don't talk to them like that. They only talk to us that way. If white folk riot after a damn ball game, it's legit. But for us, it isn't. And I'd like to ask you all, where's Roland and the Boule? Because what I'm seeing on my screen right now is a bunch of Boule niggas. I'm just going to call it like what it is. All the Boule niggas got marched out by the white folk that they got these record deals with and these political deals with and these media deals with. And the white powers told them, if you don't get out there, nobody trusts the clergy anymore. So you got to be the hip hop clergy. And you're about to cash in all of your political capital. Big Mike wants another special on Netflix. Can I say it like what it is? And if you don't get out there and toe the line, you might not get another one on Netflix. You too radical. You better show them that you ain't really serious about this stuff you write in your music. You better show that. Now we see who calls the damn tune. I wanted you all to hear what those notes were, and I wanted you to hear those sound clips so you could understand what was going on. Professor Black Truth, is this how you demonstrate power?
Absolutely not. This is how you show your enemies that you're prostrate and helpless in front of them. This is how you demoralize your people, and you show the women that they don't need to follow you. You show the children that when a black man stands before them, he starts weeping not like a female, but like a weak, immature, emotionally unstable female. This is an absolute disgrace to be doing that. Putting on your emotions and such. You know, TBA, it's like you've always said, if you want to find out what a black person really believes, get a white person to ask them. Go ahead and have some white reporters say, what do you niggers think of all of this rabble-rousing? Oh, they wrong. And you know what the killing part is? Even if Atlanta hadn't got turned up, even if there was no uprising or otherwise some form of civil disturbance, don't you know that you would still have Mayor Bottoms out there trying to be the good Negro and saying, well, you know what's going on in Philadelphia, what's going on in Minneapolis. Oh, how sad. Dr. King, this is the home of Dr. King. This is the home of Dr. King, and he wouldn't approve. She'd still be out there doing that. Only difference is she'd say, in Atlanta, see, we follow the example of Dr. King. She'd be doing the same speech. It just wouldn't have the part about, what are you Negroes doing turning things up here? Never mind the fact that Dr. King was the one who said that riots are the voice of the unheard. She seems to conveniently forget about all that. But yeah, you got a lot of Negroes who, unfortunately, they're trying to protect what little the white media seems to have given them. And on a side note, if you're wondering where your bootlick, old, dead black media is at, I can tell you exactly where Roly-Poly's at. He's over at the Western Sizzlin'. He's covering the protests taking place at the salad bar and the buffet line right now. And he's taking on that extra hazardous duty behind a plate of hot wings. This is what the old dead black media is doing. They're sitting here fumbling their fingers, pretending like they don't know what to do. They don't know what to say. See, none of them will come up the middle and say, you got DAs who are orchestrating this stuff on purpose. We are up against an organized offense. Then none of this stuff is happening accidentally. You've got the DAs working hand in hand with the police so that you have not even a de facto state of legality. You have an open state of legality. They've gone ahead and put it on the books. All this white man has to do is say, I was scared for my life. Well, that's your get out of jail free card. It is not a de facto state of legality. It is literal on the books. And nobody wants to say these DAs are dirty, because once you do, you got to sit there and say, well, America's no different than, say, these other banana dictatorships the U.S. decries. Yeah, the U.S. won't be wagging its finger at Venezuela for a few weeks anyway. But my concern is closer to home. Family, this is the reason why we tell you not to be following up behind these black celebrities. It's very easy. I mean, just this week. And while I tip my hat to John Boyega, young man, he's from Britain. And he stood up and spoke up, and everybody heard him, and good for him. I'm glad to see that now that I guess that now that his lawyers have told him that Disney can't revoke those Star Wars royalties, he's like, well, now I can say what I really think. Good. He bided his time, and that's fine. But here's the thing. We can't rest on that. And besides, even if John Boyega was out there banging the drum every day, he's just one man, family. The days of sitting here trying to hitch our wagon to whomever the strongest shepherd or the most visible shepherd seems to be, those days are over. If you are within the sound of our voice, you're the resistance. This is going to be a leaderless movement. The ideology is the leader. Because you saw in Atlanta what happens if you try to let one of these high-profile Negroes be the leader. You saw exactly what happens. They'll break bad on you. They will fold like hot laundry. Because in order for the white media to trust you to be in front of those cameras, they've already had you at the parties. They've already had you at their little cappy clashes. They've already had you in the back of the limo. And when I say had you in the back of the limo, well, that could be in more than one way. But you've already shown them that you're willing to play ball. And that being the case, whenever the Negroes call themselves getting a little restless, well, we can go ahead and buy satellite. We've got so-and-so rapper. We've got so-and-so hip-hopper. Now all of a sudden they start treating you as a de facto spokesperson for black folks. But none of the people were sitting there saying that what's happening in these other cities is justified. Instead, it's a matter of, T.I., while I try to tip my hat to him because I'm giving him some level of consideration. I guess he's kind of walking a tightrope because he said some things in the past, and I guess he doesn't want to invalidate himself or lose his credibility. But the problem happens to be, if you're more concerned about whether or not there's a couple of broken windows than you are with the fact that people are dying, if you have more concern for the insurance companies doing a payout than you do for black folks getting killed, I got a problem with that. You would think that whatever the world property damage, real or overblown, you would think that would be a footnote somewhere. You would think that that would be an afterthought, that the people being killed would be the main subject. Because that's what it is under all other circumstances. You got white kids having riots at a pumpkin festival. You got Antifa, who's having brawls on college campuses, and nobody's saying, oh, look at these white kids. They're destroying their own schools, destroying the places that they go to. Oh, what would Woodrow Wilson think? You named all these schools named a building after him. You would think that they would invoke his name. So please stop it with the shaming tactics. As black folks, we are hypersensitive to any sort of criticism that we get from white daddy and white mommy. And if they think that won't work, then they'll send out some black folks to sell the soap. Well, the soap ain't selling. We ain't buying what you're selling. And if you have a problem with the fact that there's some black folks who are making their voices heard in a way that you don't agree with, well, I guess you're just not going to have to like it. Again, notice how the default position is never, we've got to make sure that we give these protesters whatever it is that they want. That's never the de facto position. You cannot speak out of both sides of your mouth. You cannot in one breath say that the protests taking place in all these other cities are more or less legit, T.I., and then in the next breath say, but not here in Atlanta. Come on, T.I., perhaps you spent too long, those rap videos where he's talking about his homes and his money and his cars and private jets. Perhaps he spent a little bit too long in the lap of luxury, that he's convinced himself that just because he's set, every other black person in Atlanta is too. I've been to Atlanta once or twice. And while there are some Tony posh places where you got some black folks who are doing well, and God bless them, I've also seen a lot of places where most of the black folks in Atlanta are struggling. You got homeless black people in Atlanta. T.I. didn't mention that. He didn't bring that up. You got kids in Atlanta who happen to have what you call, they've got food insecurity. You've got food deserts in Atlanta. I'm trying to use white liberal language because I figure that's the kind of language that T.I. and Killer Mike might be receptive to, because I'm sure they've heard it from their white liberal friends. So since you got food deserts in Atlanta, and you got food insecurity with children in Atlanta, And you got homeless people in Atlanta. Sorry, T.I., but I'm just not trying to hear all this stuff about, well, we doing good here. We got a spot here. We carved out a place of our own here. No, some of you carved out a place. And what you've also done is you've decided, but unwritten rule, we don't want to give any of the good white folks any heartburn. No, I just can't go for that. I can't go for that, because as long as my people are suffering, as long as their suffering is ignored and papered over, and you're whitewashing it and presenting it as, well, these are just anomalies. That's a hell of a lot of anomalies, brother. So enough with all that. Family, we got to be loud and proud about this. Black men, we cannot merely lead from the front. We must also call out the behavior of those who are presenting black manhood as being all weepy and we're all emotional. No, forget about all that. When it comes to these white supremacists waging this anti-black race war against us, the only emotion I'm supposed to be seeing from you is righteous indignation. I don't want to be seeing no humor. Don't want to be seeing any blasé attitude. I damn sure don't want to see indifference, and I better not see any weeping or sadness out here. Not for any reason. Even for our dead, casualties are a part of war. We can mourn the dead after we win this war. We can shed tears for the deceased after we win this war, after we have broken the enemy to our will and subdued them once and for all. Then you can go ahead and have your moment to vent your grief. But right now, the battle's on. And anyone who ain't built for this, or anyone who's deciding that this is a good chance to weep in front of the cameras, because Bill Maher likes it when he sees black men showing all of these emotions. Bill Maher likes that kind of thing. And CNN likes that kind of thing. And the white media gives you a pat on the back, and you always got some bottle bleach blonde white woman who'll say, oh, your emotion, it was so moving. So moving, but it didn't get anything done. No, this is the time for strength. And as a people, we have to make it clear, this is off code. There are things that you do in a war and things you don't do. And one of the things you don't do is get in front of the cameras and start crying. You didn't see General Patton crying, did you? You didn't see President Roosevelt weeping, did you? You didn't see Adolf Hitler crying, did you? Joseph Stalin damn sure didn't do it. You didn't see Jomo Kenyatta weeping. You didn't see Haile Selassie cry in a river, and the Italians were trying to exterminate the Ethiopians. You didn't see Robert Mugabe out there weeping, so why the hell are you crying? And what are they crying about? This black man, had his knee on the man's neck for 9 minutes. First of all, yes, that is tragic and sad and wrong, and we're trying to avenge that right now. But you can't sit here pretending like this is the first time ever. Oh, this has never happened in the history of black people. All of those lynchings that took place, I'm sure that those black folks just died of fright. They didn't die of asphyxiation. Come on, man. I understand some black folks who figure they got to perform in front of the cameras. I understand it, but I don't condone it. Because by crying and weeping, what it does is it undermines the morale and solidarity and the iron will that we require to defeat this enemy. It emboldens our adversaries, and it makes our friends look at us, whatever few folks who might actually look and say, hey, these black folks are on the right track, at the very least have some sort of mercy on the poor critters. It makes them look and go, well, hell, your black tears ought to be enough. Oh, how sad, how sad. No. People are going to have to get used to the idea of black people boldly having what is ours, taking what is ours, boldly standing and saying, well, yeah, we know this scares you to see black folks flexing, and you just got to deal with it. You got to get used to it. But black people in particular have to get over it. Yes, anytime they see a black person in the room, it makes them uncomfortable. So the hell what? Anytime they see black people saying, enough, damn it, that makes them uncomfortable. And they just got to live with it. Our job is not to present black people to the world as a paper tiger, to present black men to the world as the permanent whipping boy. If we just cry for them and show them that they're hurting us and show them our emotions, they know they're hurting us. That's why they're doing it. They get off on your tears. That's the reason why they like to inflict pain on you. It encourages them when they see you crying. They look and go, "Ooh, we like that. Let's hurt them some more. Ooh, we like that." No, the only time when we start showing our strength, the bastards back off. But, there's not too many bleach blonde white women who are going to give you a pat on the back and give you some attention when they see you flexing. Brooke Baldwin's not going to look and smirk and say, "Oh, I was so moved by your words," when you start saying these white supremacists got to be punished. And black folks are going to have to defend themselves and defend one another to whatever level necessary to ensure our safety. Brooke Baldwin ain't going to co-sign that. And MSNBC isn't going to bring you on for a segment so you can reinforce that message. And when you point out that, as far as beating up the DAs at the polls go, how about put them bastards in a cage? They are deliberately trying to keep the murderers and assailants of black people on the streets. This is an attack on every single black person. And that being the case, as far as we're concerned, this is not a matter of put the DA out of office. I want that bastard in a 5x7 for the remainder of his unnatural born life, assuming that we're not able to bring first-degree charges against him. These DAs are criminals. These DAs are committing crimes, and they know that they're committing crimes. But what goes unsaid is you don't have any black people in front of the white media saying that, and that's why you got the black media to speak the unspoken, to say what needs to be said. So, family, you take the message that you've been hearing here tonight from TBA and myself, you amplify it, you repeat it. This fight is not going to be won on Twitter. It's not going to be won in YouTube videos, but it's going to be won in every arena. We fight the enemy across the board. And now that we've escalated the matter and we've made it where we're going to be fighting these bastards with money, we're going to be getting our resources together and making it clear. You go ahead and have some white supremacist who murdered a black person and let him walk the streets. Well, in that case, then, when the cops sit here and claim this black person did such and such and did it to a cop, well, don't be surprised when that black person's walking the streets. When that black person, you say he shouldn't be able to make bail, and the black person gets bail. When there is a group response that says, hey, if everybody's not going to be spending all their time in jail, then nobody's spending their time in jail. There will be one standard for all. You don't get to complain about that at all. As Jason has beautifully put it, if we are not all going to be equally comfortable, then we're all going to be equally uncomfortable. If we do not all enjoy collective protection, then none of us is going to have protection. But black people being in a shooting gallery, literally, black people being just open season anytime, anywhere, for any reason or no reason at all, that ain't gonna go. You will face maximum resistance, and we won't be crying when we do it. Hell, crying in front of the white media, that's akin to offering an apology. I'm so very sorry. I'm so very sorry that we can't take being killed with a stiff upper lip. I'm so very sorry that this is getting to me. I'm not saying you got to be pounding the lectern and chewing the scenery, but damn it, the only thing that I want to be hearing from any of these would-be black spokespeople is about how the cause of all of this unrest needs to be addressed. The cause needs to be addressed. Some white guy decides to go shoot up a school, or he shoots up a movie theater, and what do we hear about? It's about mental health. And it's about toxic masculinity. And it's about video games. And what are they putting in these movies these days? That's what the discussion's about. They're not talking about punishment. Yeah, some white guy decides that he's going to commit some act of mass murder, and it becomes a social commentary. But black people are fighting for their lives, and all of a sudden, oh, there must be condemnation. There must be condemnation about anything even close to this. Oh, we're not looking to find out what set them off. We're not looking to find out why they're doing it. They just need to stop. And we need punishment. The president himself is saying when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Well, you know what? I'm fine with that. because these looters are mostly white people. I knew that that was a paper tiger as soon as the president said that. But of course, we all know that's not how it works. Just like with stop and frisk, just like with arresting people for not social distancing, the president's not talking about looting. He's talking about targeting black people. That's what he's really targeting about, and everybody understands that's what he means. These Negroes, they're calling themselves standing up to white supremacy. Somebody's got to put them in their place. Hey, we got to fight these niggers and try to find a way to take the heart out of them. We got to make them pay a price so grievous they'll understand you just got to accept being killed. Everybody understands that's the unspoken message that President Orange was getting across. We got to stop these niggers before they start deciding that they're going to be protecting themselves. We don't want that to become the new normal. Well, you can't stop it. The greatest single asset, the greatest single advantage, the greatest single good that black empowerment has going for it, the greatest single motivation that we have is coming from the white supremacists themselves. That's what Kwame Ture talked about 30 and 40 years ago. That ultimately he didn't know that he didn't believe that his words were ultimately going to move black people. What he said was that either black people were going to unite or circumstances would become so grievous that it would force us to. But he also added a caveat to that. He said, but we may not have enough time to unite before the white supremacists wipe us out. And he was right about that. As black people, apparently we seem to think to ourselves that because we've made it this far, that somehow there's some divine law that we're going to be here henceforth and forevermore. And it don't work that way. We keep letting these white supremacists inflict these wounds on us, in addition to the self-inflicted wounds of the things that we apparently are too scared to do. We could go out of business as a people. Looking to others to fight our battles for us? No, you got to ante up. You got to ante up and stack up for yourself. And you set the example that others will benefit by. Already we're seeing in the streets, the white supremacists are understanding that the old days of if there's some nigger who calls himself standing up to the police, brutalizing them, you just dogpile them. But what they're finding is you try to dogpile a black person, now black folks look and go, oh, hold on now. They're going to try to just choke this person to death. Now you got the folks saying, we're going to pull you off of them. And what's happening is the people are starting to get emboldened because they're looking and seeing, yeah, you pull the cops off of these guys. The cops realize if everybody stands up to them at once, then nobody goes to jail. If everybody resists police brutality and police Gestapo tactics at once, then nobody goes to jail. You take the bad guy's authority from them when you decide you will no longer obey. A dog obeys. A child obeys because they don't know any better and because of the fact that it's for their own good. But we are not dogs and we're not children. We're people. We're men and women. We are men and women who are standing in our own power, and that being the case, we obey what our conscience and what our interests dictate, not what some tin-horn white supremacist garbage dictate. And not what their black bootlicks are trying to shame us into. We know what Dr. King stood for. Keisha Bottoms is denying what he stood for. She is spitting on his grave. And the hip hoppers who were with her, I would expect better from T.I. Harris. And from Killer Mike, I can't do nothing but shake my head. Can't do nothing but shake my head. Somebody needs to tell some of these guys, just because Barack Obama let Cal Penn be some ceremonial White House advisor, brother, they ain't gonna make no spot for you like that. Bernie Sanders wasn't gonna do that for you. And neither is Jim Crow Joe Biden. All of these black folks who have these dreams of white supremacy, giving them some sort of accolade or some sort of award, bestowing some sort of title or honorific on them so they can strut around and say, I was White House advisor for a day. And I was on a presidential task force, they called it. And I was part of some advisory committee to the White House. Yeah, I guess when you run out of all the toys you can buy, you start trying to find other things that you figure money can't buy. Well, money can't buy the soul of your people. Money cannot buy the black media. And there have been some folks who've been trying to figure out how do they finagle their way into this. Is the black media for sale? Nope. And you're not going to be finding some bootlicks to replace us.
I want to address now what we're going to do about this. This is a place like no place you all have ever seen before, and this is a time like no time you've ever seen before, and we deal with this all differently because I want to say this in no uncertain terms. I said this a couple of days ago when I signed on with the special broadcast, and I want to say this again now. I approve 100% the actions of the soldiers and the revolutionaries in the streets. I approve of their actions 150%. It has brought nothing but unfettered joy to my heart. It has been swelling with pride to see that young black people are demonstrating to the world that the fire next time is here, and it ain't gonna go the way it's been going in times past. I have nothing but pride for them for what they are doing, because what they are doing is establishing a reasonable and effective deterrent. They're putting everybody on notice that at some point it could break. At some point it could break. At some point it could break, and that's what you need to do. Let them know that. That's how you stop these things from happening in the future. A damn press conference where you get together with Keisha Bikini Bottoms and Mike sobbing onto his blue-faced Rolex. That's not a deterrent, people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's not a deterrent. So let's explain what we're going to do. Let me explain to you what I'm about here. Let me explain to you our role in the bigger picture so that it's very clear. I caught the attention of some news outlets after I said this before, but I want to say this tonight on my bigger microphone so that there's absolutely no mistake about what we're saying here. Brothers and sisters from around the world, fellow revolutionaries, if you are in a city and you are protesting, doesn't matter where the city is, because right now they're heating it up in Chicago, they're heating it up in Philadelphia, they're heating it up in Atlanta, they're heating it up in Houston, they're heating it up all up and down the West Coast. They're heating it up everywhere. I want to say that if you are a black person who has found yourself in the predicament of having been captured behind enemy lines, shall we say, and you have found yourself in a state of incarceration while performing the duties of resisting this white supremacist system of oppression, my email address is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. It is spelled the way it sounds, Jason blackauthority@yahoo.com. If you or someone you know is a protester and they have been arrested and they need bail, contact me at that email address. They ain't hearing nobody else telling you this. Some of the celebrities that they claim are saying this, they always show up and then we don't see what happens. We're different. I want to make this very clear. I'm doing this on my own. I've had people who have contributed money. Thank you very much. I'm not asking anybody to contribute anything, however. I'm not asking for contributions. I'm saying out of my own pocket. Out of my own pocket. If you have been charged with assaulting an officer, I'm talking about the most serious offenses. I ain't talking about no knick-knack, obstructing the freeway or right-of-way or unlawful assembly. I'm talking about the serious stuff. If you have been charged with assaulting an officer, contact me at that email address. You ain't heard nobody say this. Contact me at that email address. Jason, I keep saying it over and over again, is in the description of the video. My mods are going to post it in the chat room. And look in the description of the video. JasonBlackAuthority@yahoo.com. If you are a protester in D.C., from D.C. to L.A., from Atlanta to New York, from Detroit to Dallas, from Houston to Chi-Town, contact me at that email address if you have been arrested and they're holding you and you need bail. If your people ain't got bail money, contact me at this email address, JasonBlackAuthority@yahoo.com. I ain't giving lip service to it. I'm not giving lip service. Now, let me explain to you some of the issues that have occurred because we've been working on this for days now. Since I signed off before, we've been working on this for days. I've talked to countless bail bondsmen, a few attorneys, run out of room to count the number of jails we done talked to at this point. One of the things that they're doing is they're holding people and not granting them an immediate arraignment. So that leaves them in a state where they're in the jail, but because bond hasn't been set, you don't have anything you can do. So it's put us in a position where we have to work with attorneys. This has presented some particular problems, especially in a place like Minnesota. We have been told by multiple attorneys in Minnesota that we can't even pay them to get people out. We can't represent them. They will only take the case if the family is representing them. If the family pays the retainer, we got a bunch of attorneys telling us that, unfortunately. And in the case of the jail, for example, Hennepin County there in Minneapolis, they won't even let you talk to anybody at the jail except for the attorneys. They won't even let family members talk to them. So we found ourselves in several of these cases in Minneapolis where everybody's talking about it. I just want to let you know what's happening up there. They won't even I'm talking about, I've had people I've sent there in person to Hennepin County. I've had people sit there in person and they will not let you speak to them. They will not let family members speak to them, only attorneys. And they said, you can bond them out, but we won't let you speak to them. So they're trying to make it very difficult. So now we found ourselves in a position where we're having to see about retaining counsel for these people, which, as you can see, is made even harder when they're telling us that when the attorneys that you would call up to hire them are saying, oh, we don't want to take the case if you're not actually a family member. So we're catching it from both sides. Don't believe me. You can go see it for yourself. We've been hard at work on this. Jason Reed, Alicia, I don't want to say too many people's names. That's another thing I found out. Some of the folks that we want to bond out, like, they're grateful, but they don't want us to say their names because apparently they're concerned about repercussions after the fact. I'm going to be respectful of that. Some of these folks that we're helping want to remain anonymous. So I'm going to be respectful of the fact they wish to remain anonymous. They want our help, but they don't really want us, like broadcasting it. All right, I'm going to respect their wishes. They've already done above and beyond. I'm not going to sit up here and demand, okay, well, you got to fly a flag and say, hey, the Black channel got me out. I'm not going to do that. We're just doing the work. I'm just letting you all know what we're running into. In California, it's much the same thing. It's much the same thing. But right now, I'm putting the call out. Y'all ain't heard this from nobody. I'm putting the call out right now. If you are a bail bondsman in D.C., Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago, New York City, where they didn't do nothing to Pantaleo, but they got the shock troops from the Gestapo out for protesters. Los Angeles, Dallas, Houston, wherever, Oakland, wherever the fires are burning, if you're a bail bondsman, if you are an attorney, if you're a public defender, if you're a family member, and one of your people is locked up right now, and they're holding them on a charge that they won't release them on, write me at this email address, JasonBlackAuthority@yahoo.com. Write me. Now, Let me tell you another issue we're running into. Unfortunately, there have been some media outlets that have picked up on this and are reporting to people that this is what we're doing. I'm getting requests from people who your uncle got arrested for public intoxication. I'm getting folk trying to hit me up. Hey, Jason, can you spare a dime? I can spare a dime for the revolutionaries. This is not a general legal fund. So don't bring me your hard luck stories and your bad luck stories. This ain't the moment for that. I got a different way we deal with that. But I'm just letting you all know right now, in case you were wondering, hey, have you been hit up with some of the dumb stuff? Yeah, I have been. Actually, in reality, I have been. I've gotten some folk just hit me up on GP and Jason, can you help? I got somebody been locked up for 6 months. So can you help me out there? That's not what this is for. And yes, I go through each and every email individually. So make sure that your case is taken a look at. Nobody else is doing this. This is what I'm doing. I'm showing you how serious I am about this. So if you are a lawyer, if you're a bail bondsman and one of the protesters, and I'm looking out for black folk right now, I'm looking out for black folk. Let me just say it like it is. I'm looking out for my black protesters out there in the streets. Everybody else, you got an economy to help you. We'll see if for everybody, all the non-black protesters, we'll see if we can, as far as funds, we'll see if we can find another way to help you. But for the black folk, you ain't got a social safety net, you don't have an economy built like that, I'm here for my people. For everybody else, thank you for your contribution. We're going to see if we can find alternative means to assist you. We'll see if we can find that. But just letting you know, if your people are hemmed up right now, do not hesitate to write us at this email. I'm talking about for the serious stuff. Assaulting a police officer, assaulting police property, kicking a damn dog, whatever it is. Whatever it is. I'm not asking anybody else. I'm doing this out of my pocket. I'm trying to show you. These other folk may be multi-millionaires and got hundreds of millions of dollars. I ain't got it like that, but I'm trying to show you this is where my heart is. So if you're out there in the streets, I'm going to be in this with you. I'm going to be in this with you. That's what we're doing here in the new black media. Tell me if Jughead ass Roland Martin does anything similar to that. Tell me if he's out here saying that, because this is what we're talking about. If there's an attorney out there that you got somebody, and what I may end up doing it, because in some cases, some folk might have, legal expenses. If there's something like that going on, I'm considering extending it even further. I'm considering extending it further. That's how far I want to go with this. This is how serious it is. I ain't boohooing and crying and singing the blues. We're about this life. Anybody in the sound of my voice, if you're a black protester out there specifically, if you're looking at charges and we need to confirm your charges, send me your name, send me your charge, and then send me the link to whatever jail you're in so we can confirm your charges. If you're a bail bondsman or an attorney, jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. Email me right this moment. Professor Black Truth, we ain't playing no games.
Dang right we ain't. The situation has never been more serious, the stakes never higher, and the enemy has never been more afraid than they've been right now. They haven't felt this kind of fear in a century and a half. Because what they understand is that some good white liberals will only go so far when it comes to putting the pain on white supremacy. The good white liberals are going to do the tut-tut. And in the end, they'll do like Abraham Lincoln, with malice toward none. In other words, we ain't punishing nobody. But the former slaves, you ain't getting off easy, and you ain't going to get out of it. You ain't talking your way out of it. The black media has been toiling in the vineyards for over a decade now. First, we were warning you of the fact that a genocide was brewing, and now that it is here, the folk who weren't ready for it, they fall by the wayside. They were not built for this. But those of you who actually heeded the message, then you're the ones who have seen that it came to pass exactly like we've said. Now, at this point, we're going to have to add determination and resolve to this ideology. Now is the time for us to show our strength. The black media is out here in the streets doing the work. You've seen Tariq. Tariq is out there in Atlanta right now. He's not guarding the buffet line at the Western Sizzlin'. He's not covering the protest at the Crab Shack or over by Buffalo Wild Wings like Roly Poly is. The brothers who are actually about it are out here doing things. They're actually out here trying to help the real soldiers who are out there in the streets. These young people, this is part of the reason why I don't want to hear anybody trying to run the millennials and the Generation Y crowd into the ground. I don't want to be here, Generation Z. I don't want you running these kids into the ground. You want to know why? Because as imperfect as they are, as flawed as they are, and they make some mistakes, skinny jeans and all, when it comes time to turn things up, they're the ones out there in the streets right now. Who do you think it is who ran the Minneapolis Gestapo out the block? Who do you think it was who decided to get into the face of CNN? It was these kids who did it. See, there's a cottage industry for cowardice in the black community. The problem with the black community happens to be that we don't charge a price for cowardice. You can go ahead and be a fool and talk like an idiot and not pay a price. You can be a turncoat and stab us in the back and not pay a price. You can be a coward and not pay a price. Well, it's time to start charging for that kind of behavior. That's what the enforcement arm of white supremacy is finding out. People respond to incentives or consequences. Now, as black people, we've been robbed of our resources. And even if we had them, white supremacy is not interested in any sort of incentive from us. That's the reason why bed wenching and bed bucking, that's a career that doesn't come with a retirement plan. Because of the fact that white supremacy is not really looking for your money. If they were, they wouldn't have been barring us from their lunch counters and movie theaters and restaurants, and they still get their jollies by kicking us out of the stores today. So white supremacy ain't interested in your money. There's no incentive you're going to give them, calling yourself, thinking something you do in the bedroom so great that it's going to make them want to keep you around. It don't work like that. What you're seeing now, what you've been seeing for the last few days, it's the young people who are showing white supremacy the consequences. We've been telling businesses for the longest time, hey, you need to tell these city councils and tell these police departments that we're not going to be having you guys as security at our events, or tell them if you guys keep treating black people like this, then we're going to be withdrawing our funding and such. Telling these businesses they need to start getting proactive and dealing with these white supremacists. The businesses were like, or what? Well, the last few days, they found out the or what. If you decide that the safety of black people doesn't matter, then don't be surprised if you have some folks who decide that the longevity of your business doesn't matter. Everyone's going to be governed by the same rules. Everyone is going to be exposed to the same risk. Oh, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. One nation, you see, all in this together. Great. So what that means is if black people don't have businesses and black people don't have security, then you ain't going to have businesses or security either, because we're all in this together. Right? Right? I'm not going to hear anybody trying to trash these young folks. Not on this stuff. I said this years and years ago. These young people, as imperfect as they are, they got their heads on straight about where it's at and what it's got to be. These young people are the ones who are out there fighting for what's theirs. They're the ones who are making it clear that when the police call themselves jumping on somebody, they're the ones pulling the cops off of these innocent people. It's the young people putting their bodies and their lives and their futures on the line. Not a lot of these middle-aged, and I admit Gen X, my generation, most of them, come on. Ain't too many of us. How many Gen Xers are really out there putting in that work? Damn few. And as for the black baby boomers, well, the less said, the better. The young people are going to be indeed the ones who strike a blow, and they're the ones who are going to be in the best position to establish an institutional culture of resistance to white supremacist brutality. They're going to be the ones in the best position to make it very clear. We're going to teach these white supremacists the days of black folks just being cannon fodder and we're just at a shooting gallery. Forget it. Those days are over. Quid pro quo. Simple as that. It's going to be equal across the board. Yeah, they got a lot of cell phone cameras. But the thing about it is, as things intensify and get even more involved, those cell phone cameras are going to be falling down from a lot of them. The others, they're going to be the ones who are running the second that the cops put out some flashbang grenades. So I ain't really worried about them. Just like I'm not sweating or kvetching too much about the people saying, what about the property damage? Come on, white supremacy was not giving you kudos before when you were kneeling. This is not going to be a big deal either. Let's not get carried away with trying to win approval. Roly-poly doesn't like the fact that he's been made irrelevant. The same way that the enforcement arm of white supremacy doesn't like the fact that they've been delegitimized. But for us, this is not going to be a one and done situation. Right now, the police chiefs are putting their heads together with these pork chop preachers, these pulpit pimps, and they're preparing what they hope will be the next offensive, because as far as they're concerned, they're looking and going, these black uprisings are becoming a lot more frequent. First there was Ferguson, then there was Baltimore, and now here we are, it's gone nationwide. Well, we got to put a narrative out there. The narrative will be that this is basically a side effect of the quarantine. Yeah, people have been locked up in their houses, cooped up, and they got cabin fever. And well, you know, you already had people breaking quarantine in Michigan. Yeah, but in Michigan, what they were not doing was fighting for an objective. They were there to support Donald Trump's re-election chances. They weren't trying to change the society. They were just whining and complaining that this is going to hurt the president's re-election odds. What you're seeing in the streets right now, this is about changing things, a fundamental recalibration of the machine, making sure that the machine understands you do not ever attack black people. And if you do, black people will defend themselves. You're not going to bring out the black police chief of Dallas, or the black chief of Cincinnati, or your black mayor in Atlanta and get them to tell black folks to calm down now. You just got to understand, every once in a while, mass is going to choke some of us to death, and mass is going to shoot a few of us in the back for no damn reason. And you just got to accept that mass is going to beat your children on the playground every once in a while. You just got to accept that now. We will overcome them with our superior compassion. At what point do you finally wise up and decide experiment abandoned, trying to assume that the white supremacists have some inherent sense of decency? At what point do we stop doing that and decide, you know what, we've tried the appealing to the angels of their better nature, and they have confirmed for us they ain't got no angels, just demons? At what point do you throw in the towel and say, enough with the freaking fig leaves and olive branches, it's time to bring out a switch? At what point does it become okay to say, you know what, we are sick and tired of trying to civilize the white supremacists. We're sick and tired of trying to shame them into civilized behavior. Now we're moving on to the punishment phase. You got these bootlicks. They don't want to talk about locking up the white supremacists. They don't want to talk about putting these DAs and these judges in prison. They don't want to talk about making sure that black people understand that if the white supremacists call themselves harming you, you defend yourself. You see them harming another black person, you protect them, you defend them. They don't talk like that. And they think we want to hear anything that they've got to say. They're no different than the white media. But then again, who do they all work for? The same record labels that these hip hoppers are getting their deals from. The same TV networks and studios who these black actors are getting their checks from. Jamie Foxx got out there with a torrent of verbal diarrhea. It's amazing how these black celebrities are. I've never seen anybody who's talked more and said less. They are irrelevant. We are on the ascendance, but that only is true as long as we keep pushing. Family, don't ask where the finish line is. There is no finish line. When it comes to black empowerment, it is ever forward. Ever forward. Forever forward is just shorthand for forever forward. Every day you are supposed to be pushing the goal of black empowerment a little bit farther forward. Every day you're supposed to be putting in some work. Every day you're supposed to be saying, I got some points on the board. What do you think Jason means when he says, eat this, drink this, live this, breathe this, be this? The white supremacists don't have any short-term plans when it comes to wiping you out. Why do you have short-term plans when it comes to ensuring your prosperity, posterity, and longevity? Too many Negroes think to themselves somebody else is going to carry the load, and they won't. Those young people got their heads on straight, so let's make sure that we encourage them. Don't be letting people sit here and say, oh, these young people, they're like a bunch of wild animals. No, they're not. They are like intelligent people who are responding rationally and intelligently to a state that is killing them in the streets. They are having an intelligent and human response to a savage and barbaric environment. They are being shot at, so they're fighting back. There's a media that is cheerleading for and attempting to defend and justify and dignify their deaths, and they are putting the media on notice that ain't gonna go. CNN saw just how quickly things could turn, and I don't expect them to have a come to Jesus moment, but what I do expect is CNN now sees, you know what, you call yourself getting out here constantly towing the police line. Well, the victims of police brutality might decide that they got something to say to you, and it won't be coming in the form of an email. But you know what was very interesting? You had CNN with the protesters literally right there in their lobby. And it never occurred to CNN to say, hey, bring some of those protesters here so we can talk to them. Hell, they came straight to our studio. These guys are the hottest thing in media right now. They're on all the TVs. Let's talk to them. CNN didn't say that. Now, they did say, let's talk to Al Sharpton, or let's talk to some pathetic Ivy League black token professor. They did say that, one of the usual suspects. Hey, what does Eddie Glaude have to say? What does some black celebrity who's on our payroll have to say? You had those young black folks right in front of them in their lobby, and instead of them saying, some of those, we need to be talking to some of them. Instead, it's, we're looking at these guys and, violent protesters, just violent. Who cares what they want? Who cares what they're violent protesters, violent and they're violent. Stop it. Just stop.
You know, the sight of black people fighting for our freedom, that scares the dominant society, that scares everybody. They can make movies about that for everyone else, and that's freedom fighters and struggling for freedom or Braveheart. But when it's us, all of a sudden it's rendered sinister. But I want to just tell you all something. There's nothing sinister about black people not being victims anymore. And we can't allow the dominant society to prescribe the medication for us. They can't be allowed to prescribe how much freedom we should have and how liberated we should be, because they're always going to put us at most 50% of what they got. Where if we let them write the rules, it's never going to be like that. Understand? I was listening to the governor of Minnesota today. And he was talking all empathetic and why he understood the struggle of black. You should have heard this guy. I mean, he was running down the whole list and litany of all of the grievances that we speak about here at the Black Channel. He did all of that. And just as I've told you all for years, white society has no problem acknowledging the brutality and evils that they've done to us. That's not the issue. Why, they have no problem admitting, yeah, that's happened to you. Everything is fine right up until you say, okay, what you gonna do about it? Oh, first thing out of his mouth, we're gonna hold a committee. We're getting together. What did Keith Ellison say? We're going to have a working group. That was what Keith said. At a big ass press conference, and Minnesota Attorney General, former U.S. Congressman Keith Ellison said, well, what we're doing is we're going to be holding a working group that will be discussing what we can do about this, what we can do to prevent it, how we can get the library. He was talking about one of the libraries got burned, that was part of their community efforts to deal with it. A damn library, nigga. Black people are the only people on this damn earth that everybody describes empowerment in anything except economic terms. And they describe freedom in everything except physical terms. Now, for everybody else, freedom is physical and power is economic. But for us, freedom is spiritual and power is philosophical. You can be impoverished and powerful. Why? You are so noble in your poverty. You're so noble. The noble poor Negro. The noble impoverished Negro. Yeah, they love that. As long as we ain't doing too much, they're fine. But where they get scared is when you start saying, you know what? I'm going to write the rules now. I'm going to tell you how much power I should have. I'm going to tell you that whether you like me or whether you hate me, you will not be allowed to harm me. I'm going to define for you how comfortable you should be. Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to talk. Now, when the police are gunning us down in the streets, nobody wants to talk then. And they don't ever want to talk to the police. It all becomes tisk tisk. That sure is a shame. You know, that's just really unfortunate. I just wanted to tell you, random white women will walk up to you. I just wanted to tell you, I did not agree with that. I thought that was wrong. And they'll be cool with that. Right up until they see the image of a group of black people punishing a white supremacist. Then all of a sudden, the vision of a group of black folk giving the work to some white racist, all of a sudden that's going to scare them. All of a sudden that's going to bother them. All of a sudden they don't want to discuss that all of a sudden power ain't really what they're looking for anymore. And that's not really what we're after. All of a sudden they tell you, well, didn't know it was going to go like that. Yes, everybody agrees that what happens to black people is terrible right up until we say, now, here's what needs to be done about it. I'm going to say this again in no uncertain terms. I support all of the revolutionaries in the streets. I support all of the warriors in the street from coast to coast. And the problem is that these crimes were committed against us in the streets. We gave the dominant society every opportunity to resolve this in their quote system. And they have demonstrated that their definition of resolution is let y'all sit back long enough and, oh, we psyched you out. Yeah, we wasn't going to do nothing about it. Oh, you've been waiting 6-7 months? Okay, we cool. No, these crimes were committed in the streets. And now people are demonstrating to you that the solution will be taken in the streets. And to the non-black protesters out there, I'm sure that some of you are sincere. However, it is clearly apparent that a bunch of you are either agent provocateurs or you're out there for some other reason. We got video after video showing that. We need to run you up off the block. Plain and simple. Or let me say this a different way. We didn't have any white allies before the fire started burning. We don't need any white allies now. You want to be an ally? Get up there that damn courthouse and get my people out. You can be an ally there. You ain't got no place out here in this street. We didn't have any white allies to stop this before it happened. Y'all was supposed to be stopping this with Pantaleo. Get up out that street. If you want to be a white ally, get up there at that courthouse, get my people out, and all the other folk who are wrongfully convicted and being held, get them out too. That's where you exercise your white allyship. That's where the white alliance is going to get kicked off at. In them courthouses where a black person can walk into a damn court anywhere in America, you can walk into a court, get handed a damn life sentence unjustly, and never encounter a black person or another black face anywhere between the time of your arrest and the time of your imprisonment. That's a bunch of white folks standing around, watching it occur. Don't bring me your tisk tisk, it's a shame. Get off your ass and do something about where this stuff is happening to us after the fact. But as far as out here in the streets, no, we're running by street rules right now. We're running by street rules today. We ain't got no white allies out there in them streets. Y'all want to be allies? I've told you where you can be allies at. Anything else is suspect. We've told you the position that you can play. You don't get to choose the position. We coaching. We're the coach. We're the general manager. We're the owner of the team. We are telling you your position. And a lot of you don't like the idea of us saying this will be your position because you want to get out there in the streets and do some symbolic gestures. No, we don't want symbolic gestures. We want some white folk who are racist being taken down. And we want some black folk being freed. That's your position. You can play that position. Professor Black Truth, we told them all here before, nobody was going to be able to sit on the fence. Nobody's going to be able to sit back and be black when it's convenient. All of a sudden, in the words of the prophet Gil Scott-Heron, Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction ain't so damn relevant. Not anymore. Because black people have taken to the streets looking for a brighter day. So no, the next season of your favorite show has been canceled. Not by coronavirus, but by the revolution. And I don't have a damn problem with it whatsoever. Professor Truth, I'll let you have the last word.
When TBA and I started doing these joint broadcasts over a decade ago, we were telling people that white supremacy was going to be waging open war in the streets. Now, a lot of people were like, oh, y'all talking that revolutionary, all the poo-pooing and such. All the people who were more interested in trying to figure out how they could finagle some drawers through public speaking, all that garbage. Well, here we are a decade later, and, well, nobody's questioning practically anything we've said. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's going, where did this come from? Yes, you see, this is the reason why you need a black media. When you got brothers like Jason, who are actually putting something on it for the people who are putting it on the line. We got people like Tariq who are actually going to the places where things are getting set off at. This is the reason why you need a black media. You're not going to get this anywhere else. Nobody's going to speak for you like this. Not the black celebrities. And you don't let anybody sit there and tell you that the young people who are fighting for what's right, there's something wrong with them. No, there's something wrong with you. Something wrong with you if you're speaking against them. Something wrong with you if you're so cowardly. This is how the civil rights generation turned out the way they did. How the black baby boomers become a bunch of good-for-nothings. It's because when it came time to stand with Malcolm and Martin and Medgar and all the rest of the professional troublemakers, well, they were doing the same thing. History repeats itself. Why y'all forget that? Liberation is not for all black folks because not all black folks deserve to have it. And you know what? Just like the revolution taking place in the streets, just like the uprising that is spreading, this is good. Black first.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Professor Truth. What I'm going to do in a few minutes is I'm going to open up the phone lines. I'm going to open up the phone lines and I'm going to start taking phone calls. I'm prioritizing. If you have been arrested, if you know someone in the protests that we can confirm has been arrested, is facing charges, whatever, I'm opening up the phone lines so that we can discuss that. You're not going to hear it anywhere else. I'm not here to give you lip service. Not here to give you lip service. I'm going to open up the phone lines, and if you're in a city where that's been happening, if you got a case, you ain't got to sit up here. Your attorney generals have abandoned you. Your political structure has abandoned you. The black media hasn't. But let me remind you all of something right quick before I get to that. A whole bunch of folks, as always happens, when the white supremacists start putting boots to asses, everybody becomes pro-black. But then as soon as they ease off a little bit, everybody starts dissipating. It's about your cell phones. It's about Netflix. You start saying that I'm too harsh. You start saying bull crap like that. Where are the Jason you talk to harsh people tonight? Where are the Professor Black Truth, you two militant people tonight? Where are the folks who mock being pro-black and mock being, quote, Hotep and mock being Pan-African and mock those of us who stand up to the police every single week? Where are the folks who are trying to fight this stuff before it happens? Where are those people at tonight? Can you find any of your y'all too harsh people? Can you find any of your swirlers? Can you find any of your all police ain't bad? Can you find any of them tonight? Because everybody knew to come here because we do this all of the time. We do this all of the time. Professor Black Truth, I want to thank you very much for joining us here tonight, brother. It's been a great broadcast here to have you on with us here again, as always. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go ahead, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and open up the telephone lines. And if you have been arrested, if you know somebody who has been arrested at one of these protests, you are the person I want calling me up. I'm opening up the phone lines. And the reason I'm doing this is public. I'm doing this in public. I ain't doing it behind closed doors. I'm not doing it where somebody can sit up here and chop it up. I'm opening up the phone line so you can call and say, hey, my people need it. If you're one of those, if you're a public defender, if you're a lawyer, if you're a bail bondsman and somebody ain't had the money or whatever, I'm opening up the phone lines because I want to talk to you. You're the ones I want to hear about. Kaepernick might not get to you. Kaepernick might not get to you. Jamie Foxx, for what it's worth, he might not get to you. But I want you to know we're holding the phone lines open because I want to talk to you. If you're one of those people, the telephone number is 646-787-1933. Let me go ahead and put that up on your screen for you here now. The number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the black media. Your personal access code to black folk who are doing something here. The telephone lines are open. I'm up late at night. I'm here on a weekend. Your lawyer ain't here. Your public defender ain't here. I'm here. While Keisha Bottoms is wagging her finger and telling you ain't no white supremacy, ain't nothing to worry about. I'm here. while you're watching images of black folk getting arrested in New York City, I'm here. The phone lines are open. If somebody's been arrested and talking about, Jason, what you doing about it? Hey, I'm here for the warriors. I'm here for the soldiers. The phone line is open. I don't have a call screener. If you call up, when you hear me say hello, you're talking to me. There is no secretary. Now you tell me who else is doing this. Who else is doing this? If the soldiers out there, if somebody needs help, this is where you need to be calling. If you are in the protests, if you have been arrested, and I really want to prioritize the most serious. I don't want to go for the penny any either, by the way. I want to talk to the folks who got serious bails, serious bonds, that they didn't charge you with assaulting an officer, destroying police property, assaulting a police dog. I want to talk to you. Because we know how they do black folk when they arrest them in New York and New Jersey, and all these California and all these other places. If you need help with that, this is the number to call. Can't make it more plain. This is the number to call. I ain't playing no games tonight. If you're not paying attention, you're going to get tossed. Caller from area code 704. You're on live with the Black Channel. Where you calling? What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Dwayne from Detroit.
Dwayne from Detroit. What's on your mind?
Basically, man, I want to basically talk about like what's been going on in Detroit. Like mainly what I've been hearing is a lot of the people that's down there protesting are the white folks that's from outside of the city. And
okay,
outskirts.
Dwayne, are you down there?
I was, yes.
Okay. Then what are you talking about from what you heard then? If you were there, you should be able to tell us who you saw.
Yeah, mainly just like I said, just mainly the white people that's from outside of the city.
Okay, because now first you went from I heard to I saw. All right, brother, let us know when you get your story together, because this ain't sounding right. If anybody out there needs help, if you have been arrested or if you got a loved one who's been arrested, you need to call us up. I want to see about arranging bail for you. If you're a bondsman, hell, if you're a cop, you got some black folk in that jail, call me up. Let's go ahead and see about organizing. Nothing personal. It's business. You need to get that work. But if you've been arrested for protesting, if you're facing charges for protesting, the number on your screen, that's the one you want to call. The email address in the description of this video, that's the one you want to get to. Send us an email, or better yet, if you want the family members, call me up right now. The number is on the screen. Caller from area code 863. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name is Eric. I'm calling from Florida.
Eric, from where at in Florida?
Lakeland, Florida.
Lakeland, Florida. Eric, are you in jail? You got a loved one in jail protesting? What's going on?
I'm not in jail, but I'm calling because I'm worried about the moment they try to change the narrative on what's going on to the election. And I feel like that's always a tactic to white supremacy, the same way they did this virus situation. They are waiting for the moment to pull the trigger. So how, once they do pull this trigger, like we know they're going to do, how do we make sure that they do not change the narrative to make this about an election and that black people do not come out of this with some type of victory?
The bad guys are going to do what the bad guys do. That's the bottom line. We need to stop being reactive and be proactive. Because understand something. Here in the black media, I've been talking about economics the whole damn time. I didn't change nothing.
Absolutely.
Whether it was they talking about coronavirus, I said cut the check. But Jason,
you're right.
we
You're
shutting things down. You can cut my check. Well, Jason, we gotta quarantine people, break my bread. But Jason, folk could get sick, cough, cough, hook up my ventilator, and cut my check. I don't want to hear it. Pass me some NyQuil and some Hall's cough drops and break my bread. And I have been
You're absolutely right.
consistent. So that is what we've been doing. That is what we are doing. That is what we will continue to do. We're not changing the subject. Not now, not ever.
Yes, sir.
I don't give a damn what is happening. Pandemic, it's like insurance companies. For those clauses they don't pay for. Pandemic, civil unrest, act of God. I didn't ask you nothing. I don't give a damn if this son of a gun floods up in here. Hand me my galoshes and my raincoat and my umbrella and pass and cut my check. It's just that simple.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 774. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up, Jason? This is Matt Chisadek holding it down for Mass. I just want to say two things. Regardless of who's fighting, we as Black people, we got to remember the demands that we have. We're calling for reparations, but also a Black nationalist state, a sovereign state. And we need people like you. Ever since Khalid Muhammad passed away, we haven't had a voice to unify Black people. We need somebody. It's people like you. We don't have nobody else. The celebrities suck. The politicians, they've been infiltrated. They work for that shadow government. I don't want to sound like conspiracy theorists, but it's reality. And we as Black people, we are the last step before they implement the world law that they want, which is a white supremacist law. So I want to say, you have to take the lead, and you have to use this opportunity to call for a sovereign Black nationalist state. That's it, man. Howard, too, you're going to hold it down in Massachusetts tomorrow.
Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. Let me get caller from area code 209. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Andrew Johnson, calling from Stockton, California.
Andrew from Stockton, California. What's on your mind?
First of all, I'd like to give my appreciation to you. I've been listening to you for years. I run a nonprofit. I give low Black communities resources. The only thing I would like to say, other than my thanks, is to the warriors out there that are going to jail, that are dealing with this, that continue to take care of one another and continue to look after one another, especially our women. It's on us to continue to look after one another. And sir, if you continue to just please give us your advice through this process, because as you said, we can't go to the media and get any information. We have to come here every time. We have to come here to get our information. And I just want to say thank you, sir.
Well, I wouldn't trust you to go to their media to get that information. That would be like the hen going to the wolf's den to get a meal or to find out where they should go get their food at. So you definitely need to be here because this is the only place that serves your interests. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 408. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, this is JR calling from San Jose, California.
JR from San Jose. What's on your mind?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to commend you for working diligently, giving us the message. I really appreciate it. I just want to say that first and foremost. But yesterday, they were actually having a riot out here in San Jose, California, and I was actually there. And the stuff got real. They started shooting at us. We started fighting them, the police, and we started fighting back at them. It got really, really real. But one thing I noticed was it was mostly Mexicans that were into a fight with the police officers out here and everything. And if you don't know anything about San Jose, California, it's a huge Hispanic population, and us, we're literally only 2% of the population. So I want to get your views on that. In addition to that, I also like to know what is the media, what exactly are they trying to achieve with them actually agreeing that this is wrong? Because we all know that white folks don't give a shit about us at all.
No,
and
brother, they don't agree.
Republican and Democrat.
They don't agree. That's the issue. They don't agree. Understand, Neely
Oh
Fuller.
no, but I've been watching.
Neely Fuller said it best.
I'm sorry, brother.
Neely Fuller said it best. The white supremacists take both sides of an argument. That's how they maintain control. It doesn't matter where you go. So if the resistance that they see, if they are truly in favor of it because it's knocking off somebody they want to knock off, then they really they support the revolutionaries only because they think they can beat you later. Or if they do not agree with it, they try to prop up a faux revolutionary movement, fake revolutionaries, or a mock faux resistance, phony resistance. So just understand, the media is in no way supporters of ours. Never have been. On your screen right now, I'm reminding you all here about Peter Liang, how CNN, what they do about Peter Liang, what they do about Freddie Gray, what they say about Trayvon Martin. So don't be confused. They are not on our side. They're not confused. They are not confused at all. They know what they're doing. What they think they're doing is what they usually do. We will say, oh, this is terrible because black folk are taking it to a level where they can't control it. It's becoming like fire. You can't control it. So their method of getting it back under control is to finally acknowledge what we said, what we've been doing, what we're upset about. They're acknowledging what we're saying, showing on the TV. So that's supposed to placate us and satisfy us. Oh, look, CNN is acknowledging us. CNN is repeating what we're saying. Finally, they hear us. That's what we're supposed to take away from it. Finally, they hear us. Everybody said the same thing. The governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, Keith Ellison, they've all said the same phrase. If your goal was to be heard, we hear you. Now go home. That's literally what they're saying. If you're out there in the streets protesting, if you want to be heard, mission accomplished. Keith Ellison said that. Mission accomplished. You've been heard. Now the best thing you can do is go home. And we have to make it clear, we didn't come here for you to. We didn't come here for you to hear us. We came here for you to obey us, not hear us.
Right.
Now, as far as what you're encountering out there and whatnot, just understand it doesn't matter. In California, for black folk need to understand this is all against all. Everybody is against black people out there. They used to get their white. I've told y'all for weeks and years now. In California, they used to get the pool of people that they used to recruit, the white supremacists they used to recruit to be police officers. They used to recruit their white supremacist police officers from the southern United States. Now they recruit them from south of the American border.
Yep.
In California, they get their white.
That you said that too, because I'm sorry, brother, but yeah, I was just going to piggyback off what you just said. Yeah, because in San Jose, the police officers, at least from what I see, is primarily Hispanic and everything. Maybe I can just like how the white supremacists be.
And now they get you on that people of color and minority stuff, and then you got so many slave-minded Negroes out here so desperate for some non-black sex that they literally will endure any humiliation and even risk their lives in the process. And other folks are playing that for what it is. So that's what you're dealing with out there. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 917. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, caller from 917. If you had been paying attention, you actually would have been on. Caller from area code 469. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Thomas calling from Dallas, Texas.
Thomas calling from Dallas. What's on your mind, brother?
Man, oh man. I just want to congratulate y'all, man. I'm a long-term listener. If the new people that's been listening for short term, they don't realize that you've been speaking this for forever, man. And the new black media has put the mainstream media on their ass. They can't believe that the new black media is killing them, man. Nobody watches that shit. Nobody watches CNN. Nobody watches NBC or Fox News. We are paying attention to the new black media. Why? Because y'all tell the truth.
every single time y'all get on here, man. It's no bullshit. Y'all don't bullshit us. You've been telling the truth for 10 years or longer. I'm telling you. And they can't figure out how you did it. They can't figure out the reason why. But man, y'all been on point from day one. It with the economics and with the arm yourselves and to better yourselves. We get the truth here, man. We get the truth here, and if people would just pay attention, this we wouldn't have to go through some of the things that we go through if they would just pay attention to the new black music.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. Once again, if you are within the sound of my voice, if you are a black protester or if you know someone who's a black protester, they've been arrested or they're facing charges after having been arrested, I want you to email me at jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. That is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. Email me with their name, the charges, and a link to the jail's website so we can verify that information. We're not here to talk about it. We're here to do something about it. If you are listening to me live right now, and that's your situation, or that's someone you know's situation, give me a call. The phone lines are open right now. It's the weekend. It's the middle of the night. You might not have been able to reach anybody at the public defender's office. You might not even be able to reach a bondsman, but you can call me right now. For the soldiers out there in the streets, you put in work for us, we're going to put in work for you. If you put in work for us, we're going to put in work for you. So if you are facing bond, I'm talking about if you're facing a serious charge, assaulting a police officer, those are the ones I want at the front of the line. We will keep your information anonymous. That's another thing people have been asking about. We will keep your information anonymous. We're not going to put you on a billboard. We're not going to demand that you publicly acknowledge us. That's been a big thing that folk have been saying to me. I want to repeat that again because that kind of scared some people off. We're not doing this for show. We're not doing this for show, and we're not doing this for shine. So we're not going to put you out there like that. You've already done enough. But if you're facing some issues and you're facing some obstacles, they got you locked up or they had you locked up, and we can confirm you are a protester, get with us. We want to talk to you. One of your family members or whatever. The telephone lines are open specifically for that. We kind of just running a hotline right now, but that's what we're doing. Caller from area code 860. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, yo, what up, Jason? It's me from NL. I called a couple of times. I'm just calling back again. I went to the city council meeting. They were talking about this chokehold crap, which I do. They need to make policies. But the thing is, I had to take a snippet from Professor Black Truth because they keep on pointing to say that it's a technical the training situation when it's not a training situation. It's a policy situation. And I threw something in the donation bags in the basket for that because it's something that they keep running to try to deflect from actually making sound policies to address this type of situation and this behavior.
Well, you're not going to get anything out of them right now. That's the issue. You're not going to get anything out of them because the truth of the matter is they haven't suffered long enough. They haven't endured enough. Not enough has been done. Not enough has been done. That's the issue. When that occurs, when you actually start showing them the that's what's going to change things. But right now, quite frankly, I'm not in favor of having any conversations at all. Right now, I'm not in favor of any meetings, no city council meetings. I don't want to hear nothing they got to say because the truth of the matter is they don't have nothing to tell us. What the hell we going to sit there and converse about? This ain't going to be no beer summit. We don't, right now, we need to demonstrate to them that we're not talking. Our words, our money is going to do the talking. Our actions are going to do the talking. The streets are going to do the talking. We're not going to do any talking. Verbally, we ain't got nothing to say to you. Just like tonight, like I say, to the non-black protesters, thank you for your contribution, but I don't really have a lot to say to you either. Not being disrespectful. I'm saying we don't need to talk. What I want you to do as a non-black protester, what you need to do is you need to be out there in the streets. You need to be in the courtrooms, but you don't need to be here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 601. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? And turn off your speakers.
There's the
Okay, Dion is being accosted apparently. Call 911, Dion. Caller from area code 415. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Calling 5.
Okay, wake up over there. What is your name? Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Oakland, California, brother.
Okay, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm from Oakland, California. My name is Joe.
Hello,
from Oakland, California.
Joe from Oakland. All right, what's on your mind, Joe?
I graduated from high school in 1969. That makes me an old school, but I haven't sold out. I was in the streets in 1969, 1968. Against the war in Vietnam, I was in the streets of Oakland last night, brother. Praise to you. There was no black media when I was coming up, but thank God for you and to all the young listeners out there. I only have one thing to say. Become autodidactic. Self-educate yourself on the history of racism and police in this country. I'm out. Thank you. Peace. Power to the people.
Okay, let's see if we can get caller from area code 708. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jason, it's James from Chicago.
James from Chicago. What's on your mind?
Jason, I just got back from the protest in Chicago, man. It was crazy out there. There was this one young brother who got caught. I asked him what his name was. He said it was Louis Grandishar. So he was 19. He told me his birthday was July 12th, 2001. They was beating the hell out of this kid, man. Like, it was like they was taking a baton. They was beating his legs. They was pinning him down, and then a whole bunch of people ran up on the cops, and they got him off. So, I mean, I'm going to look for his Facebook. I couldn't find it. I just wanted to let you know that's what he said. And I got a small video of him saying his last name.
Okay, well, has he been taken into custody? Was he arrested?
Yeah, they held him. I don't know yet. I'm gonna look later. I just want to let you know that.
Right. That's
I don't know. I'm gonna check that out.
I want to get into details here in just a few moments, but like I say, if you do have that information or whatever, if he encountered any other issues, email me and let me know.
Okay. All right. It was, I know the news is probably going to say the black people started breaking into stuff. I was right there. It was not black people. The whole situation was set up. It was the Hispanics who did it. The Hispanics were supplying the protesters with wooden planks, and they were starting to break into stuff. And then after they broke into the buildings, they just left. They just disappeared. And then black people went in there. It's like it was like a weird type of setup or something like that. There was a whole bunch of white people and Hispanic people breaking into the stores, and then after the stores were broken into, they didn't take anything. They just left.
Yeah, that's what I mean. A lot of these folk are not there for the purposes that we're there for. A lot of these non-black folk who are showing up are really just there because they're bored. They don't need shoes. They don't need a TV. They're just doing it because they're bored. They're just doing it because that's what they do. And they know the consequences won't be the same. They know that if they get arrested, first of all, they got to get arrested. And second of all, even if they are arrested, it's not going to be the same for them. It's not going to be the same consequences. So their reasons for being there are different than ours, and their consequences for them will be different than ours. But we need to be out there regardless. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. I want to take a brief moment here to go over some rules for revolutionaries. I want to go over some rules here. And one of the things I want for you to be aware of here, in a lot of cases, what they're doing, like when you all get arrested, they're holding information there and whatnot, and it's taking days for it to update or whatever. We try to keep track of those things as best we can, but there's a few things I want you all to keep in mind for the future, especially for those of you who are out there. Couple of things we need to go over here. First of all, if you're gonna go to the protests or whatever, other folk, y'all need to have your plan together. As they say, you need to have your affairs in order. Because that's the issue. And a lot of folk are showing up out there and nobody knows who you are. A lot of folk are not knowing where you are and whatnot. Now we're in a situation trying to figure out. No next of kin know. Your baby mama is the only person who knows you were going. Those are things that you really need to have together so somebody can find you. Or if we do find your next of kin, in some cases, they don't know what's going on. Your baby mama don't know what's going on. So that's one thing that needs to be taken care of, folks. If you're going to go out there, you need to have a game plan. You can't just show up out there, I'm Mr. Anonymous. That's one of the issues we've been running into. Makes it hard to help. Makes it difficult to help. So if you're going to go out there, have a game plan. You need to have a point of contact. You need to have somebody that you tell them, hey, I'm going. I need to be back. Somebody needs to know, because right now, that's another thing we've been running into. Folks are just out there. It makes it very, very difficult. So don't just jump up and run out there and nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows where you at. Your next of kin ain't really sure where you went because it's just seeming like you went out for a night in the town. So don't do that. In some cases, folks aren't really sure what their charges are. I kind of understand that. For some folks, though, they're kind of clueless. Don't be that either. Just saying, make it easier for us to go ahead and be able to help you out with this. I don't want to see any of my people sitting up here getting hemmed up and having to stay in there 1 minute longer than they got to. I don't want to see that. So make sure you got that information. Make sure you have a game plan before you walk out there. Don't just get out there and you don't know where you're at. Nobody else knows where you are. And we're stuck trying to find you, and we're 7 states away. Let me get caller from area code 857. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yes, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Oh, how you doing, Jason? This is Dre from Boston.
Dre from Boston. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I just had a question for you tonight. What do you say to the people who are like, there are black people and people of color who work at these Targets and in these high-end stores? Please don't go looting and destroying these stores. Like, we work here too.
Okay, brother, here's the problem. Nobody was saying that when they sent everybody home for the damn coronavirus. So that's the same damn thing. Oh, you can't come in. So when they want to shut things down, first of all, with black unemployment being what it is, I'll be damned, nigga. If you got a job at Target, life ain't really balling for you like that to begin with. That's the first thing. Can I just be brutally honest? But the second thing is, I mean, brother, we gonna sit up here and act like having a job at Target is like having a PhD from Stanford. Come on now. Come on now. We supposed to sit here and wear the hair shirt? Nigga, you got a job at Target. Go put in the application in Staples. That's my response to that. If the Target burned down, you qualified to get you another job at Office Depot. It's not like you work for Microsoft. It's not like you work for Sun Microsystems. Please. But the next thing I would say is, by the way, when the white folks shut it down, the white folks will lay you off. They'll fire you. They'll do whatever at a moment's notice. And you don't hear people sitting there complaining about that, please. All of us know a bunch of folks here. We be looking at them talking about how in the hell you been gone 4 months without a job and still eating. So spare me. Spare me.
No,
that's
not me. I'm hearing that.
Anybody saying that? Anybody saying that?
Pleading.
No, anybody saying that they don't hold any water with me whatsoever. Next up, collateral damage. But I'm not really anybody saying that right there. They really just talking out their ass, just totally. If I may be brutally honest, they really, really are.
Nah,
they really are.
I totally feel you on that.
Then they're trying to figure out. They're coming up with some phony ass reason. Okay, and here's the other thing. How many of y'all who work at places like Target, places like Walmart, these just above minimum wage jobs, how many of your coworkers are showing up for work on damn time anyway? How many of them are showing up on, how many of them have been fired or written up because they're not showing up for work when they're supposed to anyway? They're showing up inconsistently. They got attendance issues. But then they're going to tell you, oh man, what am I going to do without my job? The same thing you did when you took 3 days off, nigga. The same thing you did then. You're going to do the same thing now that you did for the 3 days that your manager couldn't find you at your job. You're going to do the same thing right now. That's what I would tell them. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 917. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
What's going on, Jason? This is Cassius. We spoke before on your other channels of business.
Cassius, what's on your mind?
From Queens, New York. Yeah, I went to a protest yesterday in Brooklyn. It was a little bit crazy. It was a little bit hectic. I just want to say I appreciate you bringing in Professor Black Truth in tonight. I've been listening to your program a little bit more. You say step up, stop being average. And I kind of agree with you. And I go continue stepping up because at the end of the day, I can't be a kid anymore. I gotta grow up. I'm in my 30s now. So thanks a lot for everything you've been doing. Thanks a lot for the program tonight. Like I went to the protest and I didn't break anything. I didn't do anything, but I got involved. Like it was a little bit rough with the police. So yeah, I want to let you know. I didn't get arrested.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight and be safe out there, or as safe as you can be.
Thanks a lot.
Let me get caller from area code 727. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Ty out of Florida.
Ty out of Florida. What's on your mind?
You brought up my city, Philadelphia. I want to give you my first experience with revolutionaries. It was a family that moved in my neighborhood. They were the African family. The Boulay niggas called them Move. But anyway, they lived in my neighborhood. My uncle had a shop on the corner, so they didn't have any water or anything power. They would come down to our garage and get water, so I would fill the water buckets up for them. And they were pretty nice people. But they were rocking the dreadlocks. But anyway, the Boulay niggas in the neighborhood didn't like them. They called them Move. And they were always harassing them. But anyway, the revolutionaries, the African houses with bullhorns calling the white supremacists, race soldiers, what they are, devils. And we had our Obama moment. The first black elected mayor, Wilson Good. He was another coward, Boulay nigga. Anyway, the African family had a shootout with the devils, toe-to-toe, bullet for bullet. Anyway, they shot a couple hundred rounds, but these brothers wasn't coming out. They were defending their family. But anyway, Wilson Good gave the okay to drop a hand grenade on top of the bunker. But anyway, the African family, they didn't like the Boulay niggas, so they dug tunnels underneath like 20 houses on both sides of them and filled it up with gasoline. They said, we go down, y'all niggas going down with us.
Okay, well, thank you.
But anyway, that was my revolution story.
Okay, well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 510. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 510 is not paying attention. Caller from area code 956. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Carlo calling from Mexico.
Carlo calling from Mexico. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just want to say thank you, man. I'm actually on my way. I'm leaving from Mexico. I'm headed to Houston right now. I'm gonna head to Houston in the morning to be a part of the protest and be with our people. And I've been listening to you for about like a couple months now, man. My friend put me on to you, and I just want to say thank you, man. You really got my mind right on the things that are really important.
Well, thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. If you all have any trouble out there, if you get arrested or anything like that, and you need bail, if you or anybody else you know needs help in that regard, do not hesitate to give us an email at jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. That is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. If you get hemmed up or whatever, make sure your people know where you're at. If you need, I'm letting everybody know, if you need bail money, this is the plug. This is what we're talking about over here. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. I don't want to sound like Santa Claus because you know how some folk do when you do that. We're not playing Santa Claus here, but we are being real with you. If you do get caught up, if you are out there, if them folks get a hold of you, nobody's able to help you, the email address is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. If you or somebody you know is in jail right now, you can go ahead and give me a telephone call at 646-787-1933. You can call me right now and get through on the phone. We ain't playing no games about this. The bad guys aren't playing, neither are we. Caller from area code 701. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
They're closing our wants and not our needs. I told you that.
Yes, you did.
Hey, listen, Jason, this is Destiny from Fargo, North Dakota. I've been on the line waiting to talk to you. Now, I definitely want to put this out here because a lot of people are getting this misconstrued. It's not only, about Floyd. This has something to do with us as just people and getting tired of how they're treating us and how they're beating us. This is why this is happening. And everybody's out here, why is this person doing this? And why? No, we're coming together. And this is something that they were afraid of, and now it's happening. They should have been ready for it. They should have been doing it right. 15, 20 years ago, they were actually doing things right. Now they're killing the black people. They're doing all this stuff. And now the minority is stepping up. And now you got all these, not trying to be disrespectful to you as white people, and I do apologize, but you guys are stepping up on our behalf because you got to know us and got to see how we really are. Hello.
Okay. Thank you for your call, I think. Caller from area code 323. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, brother Jason Black, how you doing, man? It's Shadow the King 28 calling from Los Angeles.
Shadow the King 28 from LA. What's on your mind, brother? They lighting it up out there.
Yeah, brother. I mean, it's getting real busy. And one thing that I noticed that's kind of different from the 92 riots is rather than burning up situations in this neighborhood where we are, they're going out to Fairfax, to Beverly Hills. They're going into what's quote unquote the upper echelon areas, and they're raising hell out there, which is something that I don't think a lot of these white supremacist race soldiers were prepared for. But to kind of elaborate on what the sister said before, what I find a bit funny is you see a lot of faces from the dominant society out there. But from my perspective, I'm also seeing a lot of agent provocateurs who are out there riling up situations and getting things started. And I had to warn a sister of mine who was out there, be careful about, your quote unquote allies. Because, as Brother Tariq says, we have no allies out here. So you want to talk about these good white folk that are feeling our pain when you have a lot of these people who are kind of changing the narrative and really are kind of the ones that are kicking up a lot of dust that's changing the focus from the brother being murdered to, look at all you're seeing now is, look at the cop cars burning, look at the buildings burning. And it's starting to put more focus on physical damage and property damage and taking away from the overall message, which you have to end the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice. So there's a lot of some of our quote unquote white allies that are kind of, to my aspect of how I feel, that they're agent provocateurs and they're deliberately causing certain situations as far as damage and looting, just to kind of take away from the overall narrative, brother. I just wanted to, get your point on that, and thank you for your work.
I would tell you that there's no such thing as they tell you in the military that their job is to kill people and break things. They used to brag about that when they were invading the Middle East. Our job is to kill people and break things. Their answer to you, when you say, well, that's barbaric, their answer to you would be, well, that's what happens in war. So when you're telling me this buildings are getting burned and whatnot, I mean, that's what happens in war. The white folk are out here killing people. And then you're surprised when buildings burn or whatever. Then you're surprised about it? No, they just play dumb. Right now, as far as the media is concerned, I don't care what the media thinks. And the reason for that is because Ferguson was on fire for 2 days before the white media said anything. 2 days.
Yeah.
Minneapolis was on fire for 2 days. The media didn't really start covering it. The killing happened on Monday. The folks started taking to the streets on Tuesday. The white media, national media, didn't start covering it until Thursday. Once again, they tried to pretend it didn't exist. But that's okay. We got an independent apparatus now to communicate with each other. The good news is nobody watches TV anymore, so it doesn't really matter what CNN says or doesn't say. They're over here. So, and it serves our purposes. So right now, when we let go of the idea that we're here to make them hear something, and more of the idea, just understand, brother, when they show up, when Nordstrom shows up for work Monday, they gonna hear that. When Chase Bank shows when Chase shows up Monday, they're gonna hear that. They can talk it over with their insurance company or whatever to the extent that they're insured. But when they show up and can't find their ATM machines, they'll hear that. When they show up and ain't no business gonna get done, you'll hear that. Not here to get their attention the polite way. Trust me, you're gonna hear us one way or another. That's the way it's gonna be. Anybody need bail? Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Anybody out there who's been at the protest, if you need bail, the plug is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. If you're out there in the streets, to my black brothers and sisters from around the world, if you're out there in the streets, you're not out there by yourselves. The number is 646-787-1933, or my email address, jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. That is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. I'm not asking anybody else to do anything. I'm taking this on myself. I've gotten a number of people who say they want to contribute to it. I'm not demanding anybody do anything. I want to show you I'm leading from the front. The phone lines are open. Anybody, if you need help, that's why I'm making sure this is public. I'm doing everything I can. I held a broadcast here yesterday, the other day, just to let you know, hey, we're out here. We're out here and we're doing the real stuff. Anybody can let your ass sit in jail and tell you, well, we'll see if we can help get you out later. Anybody who is here, and I'm talking about being charged for the serious stuff. You being charged with assaulting an officer or something serious, you want to know where you can get help at? This is where you're getting the help at. This is where we're helping you. Or email me. Because one of the things, like I say, I understand a lot of folk were like, hey, I want help, but I don't want you putting my name out there like that. Because I don't want to be famous that way. Not a problem. If you don't want to call, email us. jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. I've been getting a bunch of emails. I know it's late. You're either in the streets or in bed. But I'm making this available to everybody. I'm doing this publicly. I ain't doing this behind closed doors with Bernie Sanders. I'm doing this publicly. I didn't put out a tweet and tell you what I want to do and then tell you all, I'll give you all an update later. You're getting the update now. Anybody, don't let anybody come up to you later and talk about what were we doing. We doing it right here. We doing it right here. Let me get caller from area code 678. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's good, man? How's it going, the kid? James from Plainfield, New Jersey.
James from Plainsville. What's on your mind?
Hey, man, I want to first say B1. And I want to say this. Right now, Jersey, I think North, they got a protest rally thing going on, but it's nothing like crucial compared to the other cities across the country. So, I'm thinking it's not going, have that type of effect in Jersey, like in the other cities across the country is. And I feel that because, like I had stated before, Jersey got their way of their racism on how to keep it hidden, strategic, and they feel like they can get on black people's good side by adapting black kids or swirling and all that. And I really see through that, and it's hard for me to find a person that's on the same type of frequency like me. So my question is like, all right, how can I just like go about this?
Well, you're already doing it now.
See through all that.
You're already doing it now. You need to focus on bettering yourself, making yourself more powerful. We need more leaders. Leaders perfect themselves in solitude. Stop worrying about what the rest of the world is doing, and really stop worrying about social interaction like that. Make yourself as powerful a person as you can be, because if all you have are a list of complaints and no power and no stability of your own, then you have no way to impact the rest of the world, which is only going to lead to frustration. But here, interacting with people like us, that's fine. But after that, everything's going to be work, 24/7 work. You don't even have time to worry about what other people are not doing. Like right now, am I worrying about what Boulay Martin is not doing? No, I'm over here serving the soldiers. Am I worried about what CNN isn't telling you? No, I'm over here serving the people. When you focus on that, you're not going to be worried about what everybody else is doing. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 240. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, this is Damon from Waldorf. I called you last week during the business, and the question I asked last week is still important now. I was like, shouldn't everybody try to get the names of all the people that work in your police department or your local sheriff's department? You can do that by just requesting the name of officers at the office, at your local offices. You should also, everybody needs to also know the names of their, where their public defender office is, and the names of like 4 or 5 of the court-appointed lawyers that work there. Hello?
Okay, brother. Well, I mean, you are correct about that. It helps to have that type of information. But once we have that information, the real thing is about what do you do after that. Having intel on them is good.
What do you?
Having intel is nice, to a certain degree. But then the next step becomes, okay, we got information, but information without an agenda is an issue.
No, information is good, and well, the agenda is just to know who some of your folks are. For instance, I know some police officers, my local police officers. Some of the guys are great. Some of the guys, not so much. But it's good to know who they are, so that when one of these issues pops up, when you have an officer like this guy that had his knee on the neck and all that, you know, hey, that's officer such and such, and everybody's aware of him. You can keep people in your circle aware, clued up. Hey, this that guy that I was telling you about.
We got that now, though, brother. We got instantaneous information now. Like in this case, everybody knew who he was within 30 minutes of the video being posted. So once they act out of line, the problem isn't having information on the police. The problem isn't knowing their names. The problem is, what do we do when they misbehave? What do we do after that? Because we know who they are. Now, what are you going to do about it now that you know who they are?
I'm not a fan of marching.
Right. Well, The folks out there in the streets right now are not fans of marching either, and I think that's a good start. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. We can have all the names in the world. I really want to know if you have an agenda after you've got their names, because it's not about having their names. We got the names within 30 minutes of them doing something. What we don't have is an agenda for what we do before, during, and after. But I kind of got a feeling we're getting close to that. Let me get a caller from area code 213. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Okay, all caller from area code 213 has been abducted. Caller from area code 954. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, brother. Arande from Hawaii.
Arande from Hawaii. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir, brother. First of all, I'm glad you and Professor was on today, and I want to mention something about us not putting down the cameras and taking care of action right there, Johnny, on the spot when these cops are outnumbered before they get back up and a brother or sister is begging and crying for their lives. We should be sending them to life support or in the morgue. And I had an incident here in Oahu yesterday, observing a brother 8 cop cars because they idiots over here got nothing better else to do, nothing constructive to do, so they come 6 and 7 cars deep. And I'm sitting at more than a reasonable distance away from them, and I'm observing. I gave the brother a hush mouth with my finger, like, don't say nothing. I'm here, I'm watching this shit, and I'm taping it. 25 minutes into this episode, they let this cat go. Now they're going to come across the street to me and says, you're blocking traffic. I said, okay, fine. I will move down to the next spot and park on the sidewalk. Need to see your license and registration. Really? Okay. So on a motorcycle, here's my key, registration there. I'm trying to be as concise with this. Anyway, the cat says, the lead cop says, I can't do that. I said, well, then you know what? I got my license in here in my wallet. Here it is. If you don't want to go in there, get the info off my data plate, off my license plate. Anyway, the point is, brother, they let me go. I got a citation. I'm going to deal with that. I want to send some money to y'all for the brothers down in Louisville and what happened in Minnesota. And there's other things here I want to bring up, but we got these brothers out here that want to take care of business, NFAC, and I'm down with that. They caught my attention. And I'm also want to see what's going to happen, because eventually this country is going to confront them. So if these brothers handle the spy fight, I'm definitely down. Like Eldridge Cleaver stood back from the Panthers, see how effective they were going to be before he got down with them. I'm down with these brothers too. I'm a Vietnam vet. All my kids are taken care of them. Only one of mine left this planet before I did. We're going back to Florida, man. As soon as we can get the hell on a plane and get the hell up out of Hawaii. Right now, it's pretty more sheltered here. So when we can get on a plane, my wife and I, we're going back.
Y'all are living luxurious from Florida to Hawaii. That's pretty nice there. I will tell you one thing.
No, brother.
A lot of folk don't understand.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's not going to end with a bang. It's going to end with a whimper. And that's what a lot of folks don't understand. There's not going to be this big boom when white supremacy falls. White supremacy is going to fall with a whimper. It is literally going to be one day you walked in and they were acting like Michael Slager, and the next day you walked in and they were acting like damn me Pee Wee Herman and Leave It to Beaver. It's going to be like that. When you assume power, that's automatically going to change their behavior. Trust me. Right now in these streets, and I've been telling everybody about this, and if you want to contribute, brother, you can see the description and the link. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Brothers and sisters, they're not going to be out here doing that. Right now, if the white supremacists really wanted to get at us with all they damn pictures they post online like they big shots and they all tough and everything, if they really wanted to get at us right now, where are they at in Los Angeles? Where are they at in San Francisco? Where are they at in Oakland? Where are they at in Atlanta? In downtown Atlanta? Where are they at in Minneapolis? Where are they at in Chicago? Where are they at in DC? We out here in New York City. We're the woeful minority. All them dudes who spent all these years getting online with their guns and talking about they ready for the race war and we ain't this, that, and the other. Where are your Charlottesville cats? All them cats who was out there in Charlottesville with their little guns and their little knives, Chris Cantwell, where they at tonight? They've had all week. They've had all week to show you that they about the business. They've been telling you for years about how they've been itching for a race war. That's what they were telling you. Well, they can find one in every city in America now, and we can't find them. So I'm telling you, when we assume power, and the operative word there is assume, when you walk in and simply take on the position of power, everybody else is going to move to the side. But it starts with you assuming it first. You've got to assume it mentally, emotionally, financially, socially, intellectually, academically. You've got to assume it. But brothers and sisters, when we assume it, it's not going to start getting louder. That's the thing I want you to understand. It's not going to get louder. It's not going to be a bunch of banging and a bunch of booming. All these damn ambush killings you all are watching, that's as loud as it's going to get. When we get organized and we like, okay, we ready to start some noise. Understand, the loudest it's going to get is when we start the noise. Because we going to start the noise and be like, all right, let's wait for them to get louder than us. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Right now, what you're hearing around the country right now, this is as loud as it's going to get. We are max volume. When we turn it up, that's max volume. And from here, everybody else is going to get quiet. So don't worry about what the revolution is going to sound like. The revolution is going to be quieter than you ever thought it was going to be. Because when you start making the noise, that will be the only noise getting made. Caller from 612 area code, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller from 612, last try, you're on live.
Hello.
Yeah, wake up. Okay, he is being strangled apparently. Let me get caller from area code 903. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
903 Black Man. My thought was that when all the cities are going down, will we get the contracts, for rebuilding? Or are we going to get the ideology of building back the city? The other thing I thought was that, for me, in my idea, was to bring an idea of establishment to sit there and say, you can't choke somebody by their throat to make them not breathe. It's not impossible. The girl, Amy Cooper, choked her dog, and the shelter took her dog right away. Oh, took that dog right away. And we had to wait how many days for a black man to be set upon with a knee in his throat for outstanding progressives, liberals, and white folks. But Amy Cooper is the same folks we're fighting against. But she was told, I paid Obama $1,000. I paid Obama. Come on, y'all.
Because she owned him. She didn't pay him because she thought She made him because she owned him and she's
One
used to
hundred
that.
percent.
Now understand what we're dealing with.
100%.
The thing we need to keep in mind is that, first of all, what you were saying about are we going to get contracts to rebuild the city? First of all, it ain't a city to rebuild.
Right.
They're just some individual businesses. Those businesses never gave us nothing to begin with. Target never gave us nothing but a job to serve.
No. I agree with that. But like Wishcombe said the other day, but you don't fight for us to get your contract to haul your stuff in there. You don't hire us.
Well, no, brother, no.
Black.
You're looking at it wrong. You're almost on the right track, but you're looking at it wrong.
No.
You're almost on the right track, but you're looking at it wrong. We don't need to worry about the businesses that are there, nor do we need to worry about rebuilding them, nor do we need to worry about contracting with them in any way. The city does need to be burned down. Let me be very clear about that. It does need to be. The problem isn't that Target got burned and who's going to get this or what from Target. The problem is Target is there and it's not ours. So Target needs to go because Target's not ours. And we need to get to a point where we choose what's going to be in its place, because right now we inhabit the cities, but everything that is in it was built by somebody else for somebody else. That's the issue that we're running into.
Jason, but at the same time, this is what I don't agree with. That guy who stepped on Floyd's neck should not have ever been there. This one's in there asking for us.
Well, yeah, but you were talking, no, he shouldn't have been there, but you were saying before that, we need to make it where you can't do that to people. The way in which you make it where you can't do that to people is you don't let them do that to people. That's the real issue.
Well, we don't talk about firearms that much, but so my point still being to you is this, right? If I take a contract, right, from the cleanup, right, I want my contract from the cleanup to go to a black distributor for junk, right? Coming back, same thing, back and forth. Just like Katrina. And dude fucked it up. And Katrina, he royally, I don't care what nobody says. I've seen it. I know it. It was bad. Roy Nagin, he messed it up.
Well, right now, what we're looking at, though, right now with the situation here, the real issue, though, is about your point about the cities. We really need to start over with that from scratch, not worrying about who's there now. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. What we need to do is rebuild the cities is what we need to have. I'm all in favor of wiping the slate clean. I'm not interested in arguing with these people. When they did eminent domain and built all these freeways and flattened black neighborhoods, did they ask us? No. They said, all right, nigga, today is your house, eminent domain, tomorrow freeway. And we will build our businesses right off the freeway. So land that ain't got nothing to do with the freeway was given to white developers. People, I'm not interested in asking. I don't give a damn about Target, no contract, no nothing. We ain't, no. When we come in, we ain't gonna discuss contracts because there won't be a Target. It'll be a black Target. It's not gonna be the Target you got. It's not gonna be Walmart. It's gonna be Black Mart. You see, when you get serious about it, it's not gonna be about what's gonna happen when they rebuild. Really, we need to be discussing, should they be allowed to? That's the conversation we need to have. Not what's going to happen there, but what are we going to decide happens there? What are we going to decide what happens there? Because let me tell you something. Police act a fool when they feel like they got the business community to back them. Every time you go to Walmart and Target, They got parking spaces specifically for police cars. They feel like they got the business community to back them. We got to be the folk who understand the problem isn't having a contracted target. The problem is there's a target and we don't own it. Notice Keisha Bottoms ain't talking to you about that. Keisha Bottoms isn't talking about we need a black news network. She's talking about the cable news network is fine with CNN demonizing us. So we need to learn how to start from there. The frame of reference is wrong. The frame of reference is wrong. Let me get caller from area code 407. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from? They call up here, and half the time they are unprepared. And you wonder what happens when they get in jail and can't bond out. Caller from 912 area code. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason Black, this is Keenan Wade from Savannah, Georgia, longtime listener. And my question, I ain't had a question, I just wanted your opinion on something. So basically, in Savannah, Georgia, it's supposed to be a protest in honor of, George Floyd and everything. But we found out that the person who organized the protest is white and they don't live in Savannah. So I wanted your opinion on that.
Okay, you all have the protest.
Gotcha. Because it's like, honestly, a lot of black people like, oh, I'm down for it and whatnot. And I was like, y'all really going to be...
The shame of it. Here's the issue I have, brother. And you kind of detoured into a good point I wanted to make. I got to tell y'all right now, I'm really kind of disappointed in a lot of black folk who are out there, though, quite frankly. I'm on TV, and I'm watching white women who are more about that life than black folk are. Quite frankly. I put up a story earlier today. It was two white women in New York. They went off and threw a Molotov cocktail, set a New York police department van on fire with police officers in it. Now, I need more details, and I've been investigating it. But I have to tell you right there, they understand. They understand. I'm watching this white woman with a sign talking about if we can't, no peace if we can't breathe. I mean, she's letting you know, hey, it ain't enough to be talking about it. The white folk, in a lot of cases, these white folk are showing up and busting things because they're like, hey, somebody told us there was a revolution going on. So they're like, hey, when you say the word revolution to us, this is what it means. When you say uprising, this is what you're supposed to do. You gotta understand that. Y'all told the white folk there was gonna be an uprising. So they showed up to rise up. Then they show up, and next thing they know, they see niggas breakdancing, wearing Michael Jackson jackets, and wearing skinny jeans with a G-string hanging out. They're looking around like, what kind of revolution is this? What kind of revolution is this? Somebody told us there was going to be an uprising. They showed up and it's like, no. Let me show you how it's done. If you serious about dealing with violence, we're here to show you what we mean. And so black folk are sitting up here dumbstruck. Why? Because the white folks showed up and showed you, this, we about the life. A lot of black folk don't really understand that. I'm not saying all. But I am letting you know that, by the way, I couldn't help but notice I was seeing some even white females out there. And they were like, man, look here. You got folks that were talking about, there's agitators. Agitators doing what? Well, the agitators are throwing things at the police. Really? You're complaining about that? You're upset about that? Oh, they were agent provocateurs. Are you sure? Or did they come for an uprising? And they just assumed that your definition of an uprising was theirs. How many of those white folk who showed up, y'all are calling Asian provocateurs, they showed up throwing garbage cans and breaking windows while you were standing around looking at them. And they were like, hey, when you ready to rise up, this is how you do it. When you're ready to take over, this is how it's done. Got Negroes getting offended. So I just want you all to ask yourselves a basic question here. By the way, how many of them white folk were looking at us talking about, y'all ain't really serious? I'm looking at the way you doing this, and you ain't really serious. We get more turned up after the Philadelphia Flyers win a championship than y'all do when the cops shoot somebody. Hand me that damn garbage can. Let me show you how it's done. When you are upset, this is what they burn the damn city down to celebrate. They burn it down when they're happy. And they heard you say you were upset. They're like, oh hell, this should be a whole lot worse if you're upset. Yeah, give me this tire iron over here. And they just assumed that our definition of uprising was theirs. So let's just be very clear about these situations when we see that. And not saying that my brothers ain't out in the street doing their thing. They are. But I'm just telling y'all right now, when you say the volume is up, the volume is supposed to be all the way up. Not halfway up. It's supposed to be all the way up. A lot of these white folk are out there like, man, I didn't even come to steal nothing. I don't even know who George Floyd is. Do you all understand that? There's a bunch of white folks out there breaking things and busting stuff up. Don't even know who George Floyd is. They taking chances of getting shot by the police or somebody else. Don't even know who George Floyd is. All they know is somebody said it's time to turn up. And they're like, I'm here to turn up. I don't know who George Floyd is. Bust this damn window over here now. I don't know where he's at. Hell, I don't know where Minneapolis is. I live in Houston. I'm white. Bust this damn window. So understand, this is a difference in perspective of life. They showing up, busting up windows because it's a good time. We supposed to be out here uprising, and these other folks are like, man, y'all don't get it. We break the town down because our team won. You don't want to know what we would do if our team lost, and you damn sure don't want to know what we would do if the police shot 3 or 4 of us or stood on my brother's neck till he got snuffed out. Remember that Quentin Tarantino movie, Django Unchained? I tried to tell y'all, Quentin Tarantino made that entire movie for one part of it. Just one. Quentin made that entire movie for one part, where Leo DiCaprio as Calvin Candy is telling Django about how they used to have this old slave who would shave his father's face every day with a straight razor. Did it for years. Did it for years and years while he was a slave on the plantation. And remember what Calvin Candy said. Now, if that had been me, I would have slit his damn throat. And wouldn't have taken me no 50 years neither. See, when you talk to white folk, the conversation goes way different. The rationales go way different. So, folks, I'm not going to sit up here and color it for you. I couldn't help but notice some of y'all out here don't really take it as seriously as some of the folk you getting offended by. So if the white girl says start the rally, understand something. They take stuff from us all the time. If you're not happy with her being here, tell her, I Cupcake, the soldiers are here now. We'll take it from here. Consider this cultural appropriation. Thanks for doing the legwork. We'll take it from here. Because look what they did with the Me Too movement and the feminist movement. They've been trying to hijack Harriet Tubman and Sojourner Truth for over a century. So when it serves them, black folks start something, rock and roll, the blues, jazz, we start something, they come in and hijack it. They don't ask us for that. If it's a cause, we start a cause, they jump in and hijack that. So that's it. You find out, okay, it's like this right here, brother. It's supposed to be her name on day one. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be your big ass face up there. We having the rally down there. What happened to Becky? Becky is in the back office. I'm running things now. They would do that to you in a heartbeat. They would do it to you without thinking. So you want to know what I think? It's like, okay, she did all the footwork. Thank you very much. You can move to the side. We'll take it from here. We'll take it from here. That's my perspective on it. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get caller from area code 919. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, how you doing, Mr. Black? Thank you, brother, man. I appreciate everything, man. I'm in Durham, North Carolina. We had a weak little liberal leftist kumbaya march, but I'm out here, man. I'm out here. I'm an agitator. I don't care. I'm a professional, but I'm going to stay low-key, but I'm egging houses. If you're gentrifying in the black neighborhood, I'm egging your house, your car. You're sending messages, man. It's now or never. There's no time to think about it. You got different ways. We drop money in the cash app. We got ways to affect these people, man. We got to do it. It's now or never. This is the message. It's no longer, no more rationale, brothers. Don't call this man show with rationale. No more time for rationale. It's either action or shut the hell up. Action or shut up. Put it on the line. If you got to lose something, you got to lose it. It's now or never. I just want to say my piece, brother. Thank you. I'm going to keep supporting the cash app. I'm in Durham, North Carolina, brother. B1. We love you. We out here. One.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. And if you get arrested, give us a holler. We'll get the bail money together for you. Let me get caller from area code 763. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason?
Yes, you're on live. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this is me calling from Minneapolis. What I just wanted to call about was, it's really weird right now. It seems like, so the National Guard's been deployed up here right now, and they have shut down the freeways. They already gave a briefing earlier today, and they didn't want to give away their tactical position, but they've compartmentalized all of us, and they've made it very difficult for us to do anything. We're all under curfew hours right now, and it's just really difficult because I feel like they're strong-arming to change their narrative at this point. And I'm feeling like our hands are starting to be tied before we even have a chance to get our voice together here in Minneapolis.
Well, are people
Do you have any thoughts on that?
actually observing the curfew? Because I'm seeing video of people who are not.
Yeah, so here's the deal. What they're saying is that the people that are down, still out right now, they're assuming these individuals are not from Minneapolis. So the narrative is that these people must not be from Minneapolis, so therefore they just came up here to cause trouble. So now they're going to be dealt with by the National Guard. And if you're out there with them by any means necessary, then you're going to be put in that same type of situation. So if you see anybody out there, from what we're understanding, these individuals are not from Minneapolis.
No,
so therefore they're going to be out there because they don't have
thing.
anywhere to go.
Here's the thing. If they had nowhere to go,
okay,
that's counter-logical. If they had nowhere to go, they wouldn't be out there. If they were just visiting, they wouldn't be out there in the first place. They'd be on their way heading back home, especially if it's curfew. The other thing is, why would they be out there putting themselves more on the line than the people who live there? I heard the governor say this. I heard the mayor of St. Paul say that. Oh, the folk that we arrested last night, they ain't from St. Paul. Okay, that's his words for it. But that sounds like another way of saying nobody here is upset over what happened. Nobody here is angry over what happened. Do you realize that's the natural conclusion of that? Oh, there's nobody here. That's a bunch of outsiders doing that. What they're really telling you is nobody here is upset over what happened. Everybody here is just fine with it. That doesn't even sound right. That doesn't even sound right.
I agree. I just don't know how to respond to this right now, because it's like what they're saying is this is what the deal's going to be, regardless of if you guys like it or not. This is our decision that we're making, and you're going to be put in harm's way if you go out here to do any kind of additional protesting. They don't even call it protesting anymore. They're just saying there's agitators that are out there, and they're going to be dealt with accordingly.
And right now is where you all are going to decide if it will be the status quo or if it will be something different. That's it. Because here's the issue, okay? The issue is what happened when the powers that be that have been abusing you, what happened when they told everybody go home? That's when we determine who has the power. If they told all of you, go home, and then you all went, well, they run it. Now, if they told all of you, go home, but the people didn't move, now that changes things. That changes things. But just understand, if everybody just packs up and goes home, then next time, I understand something. George Floyd, he saw what happened to Philando Castile. I wonder if he ever thought that was going to be him. If you want to know what the cost of going home is, now you know what it is. You just assume Breonna Taylor, that ain't going to be me. They broke into the wrong damn house. The person they were trying to arrest wasn't even there. But she's just as dead. You want to know what the cost of going home is? What it really is? The cost of going home in my job, whatever, the cost of going home is you enable the next one. And instead of having mass executions, you have a lottery. Think of this as the white supremacist murder lottery. So instead of mass executions, we just roll the dice. Today, your number might come up, might come up tomorrow. We don't know. So if that makes you feel better, if you feel better about that, just understand, they tell people go home and they don't go home. That lets them know this kind of behavior has a price to pay. And that we're not going to take no for an answer. Just understand that. The more resistance you all have, understand something. You don't take power by complying. You take power by refusing to comply. Because right now, the jails should be full of people. They should be full. They ain't going to work anyway. The jail should be full right now. But just understand, and it shouldn't take that. These folk want to see how dedicated you are to it. And okay, we're going to make a show of force. The truth of the matter is, if 10,000 of y'all show up and they got 1,000 National Guard troops, you got them outnumbered 10-1, what they going to do with y'all? Not going to do anything. Not going to do anything. They're checking to see if your will is going to break first. So my answer to you is, you can go home if you want to. And next time when the dice gets rolled, might be a friend of yours, might be a family member, or it might be you.
You know, Jason, they say they hear us, but they're clearly not ready yet at this point. We still have more fighting to do, is what it sounds like, before we can even have a chance to talk. You know what I'm saying? To talk about what our demands are and what we've been needing and what all this rioting has been for in the first place.
The goal is not and never should be to get them to hear you. The goal is, always has been, and always will be that they obey you. And just like black folk can get arrested for any old thing, and then face a life sentence, that's where they're supposed to be at now. They already know what to do. Treat them cops the way you would black folk. They already know what to do. It's their job to appease you, not the other way around. Not the other way around. And if you start talking like that, just understand, there it goes. We're talking about in Ohio. They're over there yelling about why they turned up stuff in Ohio. Ray Tensing. When Ray Tensing murdered Sam DuBose, they had 2 damn trials and had a hung jury twice. You haven't ever seen a black person have a hung jury twice. They know what the issue is. Tamir Rice, they know what the issue is. Timothy Loman killed a young child. He killed a kid. Killed a 12-year-old kid. You want to know what the cost of going home is? Ask Sam DuBose. Ask Tamir Rice what the cost of going home is. All you're going to do is tell them that they just got to let y'all blow off some steam like you did in Los Angeles, whatever, and then we see what happens to it next, and just let you get over it. The cost of going home is you're going to roll that dice. And it becomes a lottery. And you just get up every day hoping that today is not your day to lose the lottery. Or that you won the lottery today. That's all you're really going to be doing. Thank you for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 651. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Well, hold on.
Did this guy really tell me to hold on?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, it's busy night. I'm here in St. Paul, in the Twin Cities. It's high tension where I live at, so I'm keeping an eye out around too. I'm trying to enjoy the broadcast too. You know, we have people securing around the building, you know, protecting businesses and things like that. So that's where I have that going on. But I mean, they have had a lot of stuff going on, and KKK is here as well. But not only that, you know, when they had the protest for another black who had got killed by the police, named Jamar Clark, there was reports of white supremacists. That's where they had confirmed it because the people had stopped them and they ended up getting in custody. So. I mean, it's been.
But is everything? Are people observing the curfew up there right now, or are people still out in the streets?
No. I mean, yeah, but no. Like, it's quiet in the streets, but where the protest started, protesters haven't left.
Okay. Well, hopefully they will not leave. Hopefully they will stand their ground and are going to make it clear that they're not going home.
Yeah, I have. I keep some people alive down there. They're actually partially barricaded under the bridge. The last time I was able to check, blocked off one entrance from them getting there, and they had a bridge to get out the back.
Now, here's the problem. I want you to think about this. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yes, how old are you?
37.
37 years old. Were you living in Minneapolis? If you're in St. Paul, you're not far from where they murdered Philando Castile or John Crawford, for that matter.
Right. And actually to that too.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, hold on a second. You can keep naming names. So my question to you is, you said that there were people who were telling you that they were downtown barricading themselves. So my next question is,
not downtown, but
okay,
they're under.
There are people protesting. There are people protesting out there.
They're under.
Okay, brother, there are people protesting out here. Yeah. Here's the issue. The issue is, how did you end up on my phone telling me what they doing out there? You're not down there with them.
Oh.
Like I said, I got, priorities here to protect my home base.
All right. Okay.
That's why.
Okay, brother, understand something. Understand something. Coward dies 1,000 deaths. A hero dies only once. I guess you're on your 50th or 70th life now. So I want you to hang up the phone. I got folk down there who are actually putting in work and they need something. I'm just gonna let you all know right now, I don't have no respect for a nigga like that. I don't. He's sitting up here telling me what other people are doing. I got priorities at home. Yeah, and you protect those by being out there. You protect those by being out there. You got some Saturday morning cartoon nigga sitting up here calling me up, telling me about what he sees on Instagram, but he's not there. Caller from 651. You're on live with the Black Channel. Where are you calling us from?
Hi, Jason. It's Alicia from Minneapolis.
Alicia from Minneapolis. Okay. I didn't recognize your number at first. I'm sorry. I'm kind of dry snitching on you, but Alicia has been working with us now for a while on this. She was up till late last night and up till early this morning. The only person who's been after this longer hours than her is me. So first of all, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge you for that, Alicia. You have really put in a lot of work up there. I appreciate all the pro bono assistance that you give. She's driven around town. She has done everything. So thank you very much for that, sister. What's on your mind?
You're welcome, Jason. I just wanted to let you know that that's bull crap about out of towners being the most out here protesting. Bull. They literally had to throw it in the towel with that one and admit that it was literally 6 to 8 people who are from out of town. Most of the protesters are from Minnesota. They're from here. And they're out there, actually. There's a bunch of protesters who were on Chicago Avenue again where I work over in Lindale. It was burning up. My coworkers who live there, they sent me out some pictures, and people are going up north trying to get away from uptown from the city right now because they're nervous. They're shaking in their boots. So
you know what this sounds like to me, Alicia. You know what this sounds like to me. This reminds me of what the segregationists used to say when the freedom riders and the civil rights people showed up. They would tell everybody, the black folk here are fine with things the way they are. They don't have a problem with segregation. It's a bunch of out-of-towners coming down here agitating. That's what they're saying. It's a bunch of out-of-towners. The black folk here are just fine. That's why I was trying to tell the caller who was saying that before. That sounds like the segregation is what they used to say down here in the South. Oh, everything's fine. The black folk who are here, yeah, I mean, they watch somebody get lynched, but, they're okay with it. They're not upset about it. There's just some out-of-towners came here agitating. But the native black folk, all of them are okay. So they all get together on the news, like everybody's brainwashed. Oh, everything's fine. It's just some out-of-towners. No, it's not. But you're saying that because you're trying to run a psyop where you tell everybody, oh, there's no energy behind this. No, it's a bunch of out-of-towners digging up trouble, stirring up trouble. That's all that is. That's all.
And another thing they were doing, they were trying to push is, it's a peaceful protest. It's not. They said it like 200 times. It's peaceful in 30 minutes. It's peaceful on the news. We're like, we know what you're doing. It's not. People are literally scared. I think I told you that last night about the wine and spirits store. Is not black owned. Is not so-called minority, whatever that is, owned. But they were boarding it up and then spray painting on it, local minority-owned store local minority, just kept doing that. I'm like, that is supposed to do what? Deter you from getting vandalized? And these were white people. This is their sort all uptown. That's all white people. There's no black people that own anything up there at all. So,
yeah, I mean, it becomes this crazy Twilight Zone where all of a sudden they start claiming that black folk own something. Black folk didn't own nothing in Los Angeles. Black folk didn't own any of that. They didn't own any of that. So they're now telling you, oh, it's your neighborhoods. I mean, this is crazy. So Target and AutoZone and Walgreens, that's ours. Yep. That's, quote, ours now. And then the white folk will be happy to throw their arm over your shoulder. Well, yeah, this is our store. Yeah, this is our store. Why don't you shop here? By virtue of the fact you shop here, why doesn't that make it yours? Yeah, right up until shopping cart Becky decides to call the police on you, then all of a sudden, oh, it's their store now. They'll change that real damn quick. Yep. No, you're just a customer at their store. And what they're upset about, understand what this really is? They're upset because you're not confused anymore. Let me explain to you about that. You see, black folk tend to get out of bed confused. Interracial sex is like a drug. Screws up your brain. And black folk jump into bed. These interracialist, butt-kissing Negroes jump into bed and they hop out confused. You get into bed with an Asian chick, you jump out the bed, this nigga's talking Japanese. Come inside. Konnichiwa. This nigga's getting tattoos of kanji symbols on his damn arm. And he's watching all the damn anime you can see. He got into bed with her and got out confused. Then the first time she calls his ass a gaijin, then his heart's broken. Because you got out the bed confused, but she didn't get out confused.
Yeah.
Every time you hear about some nigga jumping to bed with a white chick, and then he's got a story years later, oh, and by the way, she was racist. Nigga, she was racist when you got into bed with her. You knew it.
Yeah.
But you were confused. You figure, well, I will just sex her to interracialism. No, you'll always be just a utility. You got out of the bed confused. She was not confused about the relationship you all have. She wasn't confused.
Yeah.
You were confused.
Yeah.
When she got out the bed, she knew your place in the bigger picture. She did not see herself as a member of black society. She saw herself as what she is, and she saw you as being a separate and apart from that. Folks are upset because black folk are taking a look at all these constructs and all these businesses and these business districts, and you're treating it like what it is. Oh, that's not mine. No, I have no obligation to protect it. That's not mine. That isn't mine. I don't have to protect it. That's not mine. I'm not confused about who owns the Target, who owns the Walgreens, who owns the Bed Baths and Beyond, who owns the Chipotle. I'm not confused about that. Y'all are upset right now because I'm not confused. I don't even have a bank account at Chase.
Exactly.
How am I going to be upset about the front window or the ATM at Chase? I don't even have an account there. How is that? It's not even my bank as a customer. How are you going to sit up here and try to convey some ownership status to me? It's not even I'm not even a customer of their bank, much less an owner.
Exactly. Hey, I don't know if you heard that the racist bastard owner of Cup Foods, not Cub, because they have Cub, C-U-B. Cup Foods is who called the police on George Floyd. I've been in that store 3 times. The energy up in there is disgusting. You could feel feel it, and you could tell everything in there is just dirty food. I'm like, I mean, I had to go in there because they open until 10 p.m. and I needed to send out some Western Union, and I went in there 3 times, and there you could feel the shadiness, and I'm not sure why it's still standing. And this bastard is talking about he wants to pay for George Floyd's funeral. Like, dude, he's been coming up in there and patronizing you forever. And there's another brother who owns a store on the same block. He's been telling black people since 1994, stop going to the store. They mess with little black girls. They'll hire cute little black girls to go up in there and work behind the register. And these little girls have reported that they touched up on them or raped them in the basement where they had their mom. And they will call the police on black people all the time. I just recently found all of this out, but black folks kept going in there, still patronizing them all the time. They've broken out his windows a few times because he spoke up against them. And the police know that they're dirty, and they if you lost or gotten something stolen, like a phone, trust me, it's probably up in there. They sell stolen stuff, spoiled stuff, and that's the store that he was in, and they're the ones who call the police. Now he wants to pay for his funeral. Are you freaking kidding me?
When other folk are dirty with y'all need to acknowledge that. Black folk have developed a habit of breaking bread and eating dinner with people who despise them, people who've messed them over, people who have victimized them. Black folk have too much of a habit of sitting down and eating next to people who despise you. And that needs to be done away with. Period. Period. Maybe this will be the catalyst that does that. Hopefully they've had enough of that. But no, the slate just needs to be wiped clean. The slate needs to be wiped clean. Everybody's looking at the police, but you're correct. They need to be looking at everybody involved, starting with that store. But we need to look at everyone.
Exactly. Yep. Absolutely. But it's turned up over here in Minneapolis. It's on. I mean, I'm right in the middle of it, and the sirens have not stopped. The helicopters have not stopped, and it's Minnesotans that's doing this. It's not outsiders, so they need to stop with that narrative. That's not true.
Melissa, I know you're in the middle of it. You've been running around in the middle of it for me, so I want to thank you very much for doing that. Definitely be safe out there, and if you have anything else to report, please let us know.
I will definitely do that, Jason.
Thank you very much, sister. I appreciate your help. She's definitely been a rider about this. She has been helping me indefatigably for the last couple of days. So you all are very lucky to have her. Let me get caller from. I'm going to get a couple more calls. Let me get a caller from 202 area code. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, man, how you doing, Mr. Jason? Black First, man. This is the Buck Boys from DC, man. When I heard you was talking yesterday or whatever, and what happens is that I'm trying to find the names of the brothers from DC that you were talking, that you spoke of or whatever. Yes, sir, man. We rumbling. We rumbling out there. Ain't no question about that. We not going for that. And I want you to know that off the real, man. This DC, man, and we rock. We always rock. Ain't no doubt about that. You know, I mean, you can do the history up on that. But other than that, though, man, I appreciate it, man, really. Y'all calling out and saying, man, the brothers in DC, man, what y'all doing, what's happening, man, y'all bucking up, y'all strong like that, man. We always been strong, no doubt. And the females, too, they rock. I ain't gonna lie about that. Now, other than that, man, I appreciate everything that you do, man. It's always Black First, man, and we all need to stay up the right way. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you very much for checking in with us, being Black Horse here. In that DC area, He was talking about the story. It was a few days ago. There were some cops in D.C. They were trying to rough this brother up, and a bunch of folk came and jumped on him about that. And if any of them have gotten in trouble, if any of them need help, call the number on your screen here while I'm live, or send me an email at my email address, jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. If you got some, in their case in particular, that's something I'm interested in. If I see any others like that, and somebody's gotten themselves in trouble about that, I want to see about us lending them a hand. If you are a protester, or if you know someone who's a protester and they've been arrested, they need bail, send me an email. jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. That is jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. Send me an email, and we're going to see about helping them out. I don't want anybody sitting in jail if they ain't got to be there. So all I need is their names, the charges, and a link so that we can make sure that that's exactly what occurred. And if you have been arrested in connection, if you are a protester who has been arrested in connection with your protesting activities, doesn't matter what the charge is, assaulting a police officer, like I said, I want to deal with the major stuff. If you got a felony, y'all aren't going to hear anybody sit up here and sign up for that. If you got a felony and you're sitting in jail, let me holler at you. If you're one of the protesters and you're dealing with a Kenneth Walker situation, they got you in jail with some high-ass bail, email me, jasonblackauthority@yahoo.com. Can't make it any clearer than that. If you're a family member or whatever, we're going to need to get some information, but get at us. Not playing around. Caller from 626 area code, you're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm from Los Angeles.
Okay, Mike, I don't know if you're in front of a fan or if you're jogging down the street, but you need to get still.
Oh, 1 second. Can you hear me better?
Somewhat here. Where are you at, Mike?
Los Angeles.
Okay,
South Central, I'm from.
What's on your mind, Mike?
Yo, man. Well, I want to say thank you for everything that you've done, and that, we out here, we ain't going for no bull. But I have something that I want to ask you regarding all of this. Because in the macrocosm of all things, there is something that worries me. It's not the protest or nothing like that, but in the bigger scope of future things happening, have you ever heard of the King Alfred plan?
Yes, brother. Everybody's aware of the King Alfred plan, but we're kind of short on time, so can you just go ahead and get to your point?
Well, essentially, what I'm kind of pointing to is that, these FEMA camps and stuff that, all these end time prophets are talking about is really all for us.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your call here tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from area code 812. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Jason, this is Taryn, calling from Evansville, Indiana.
Taryn from Indiana. What's on your mind?
Well, we just had a protest down here tonight in this city, and everything went well. It was peaceful, but unfortunately, the guy that was speaking on our behalf, he was kind of emotional, and that kind of made us look weak. But still, the protest was good for about a good 5 hours, and then I left. An hour later, a brother had got beaten up, taken into custody, and 4 other protesters got arrested. And then a brother got shot and arrested today in a neighborhood called Parkside on the east side of our city. And there was an overnight shooting on top of that. So it's just been an interesting 2 days in Evansville.
Well, everybody's got an issue like that. Gary, Indiana, Indianapolis, you had the cop kill somebody there. These are situations that we've been watching. These are situations that have been going on. And it's about time if people caught up to it. But just understand, nowhere is safe for us. There isn't any place where we safe right now. There isn't any place that's been a safe haven. Safety is an illusion. Safety's an illusion. So the sooner everybody understands that and accepts that, the better off they'll be. But right now, brother, there is no safety. There is no safe place. If y'all don't crack it off, it's gonna get cracked off on you. Simple as that. Thank you very much for giving us a call. Night, let me get a caller from 901 area code. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yes, my name is Orzelia, and I'm calling from Tennessee.
Azalea from where in Tennessee?
Hello? Yes, in Memphis. I'm calling from Memphis.
Azalea from Memphis. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I'm calling in reference to this, you might as well call it a race war. I've been doing research and I read a lot. I don't look at CNN. I don't look at that crap because those television stations are very misleading and I don't listen to it. But anyway, I've done my research and I've looked into things that are happening now, and basically, there's nothing wrong with having a peaceful. If you want to have, like a peaceful gathering, and you want to protest, that's okay, long as it's peaceful. But in a time like this, with the so-called pandemic, coronavirus going around, which what I'm getting at has caused a lot of businesses to close. It has put the economy, it's a strain on the economy. People losing jobs. Some people won't have jobs to go back to, and it's an utter mess. But then on top of that, with this I call it staged, planned execution of a black man, which these two guys, they knew each other. It is just some Freemason crap that's going on. Anyway, to arouse the black community, to get them to keep burning down their communities, which doesn't make sense to me. I feel if we're gonna fight to get our point across, why can't we use our heads and fight by withholding our cash, withholding our money? Just, don't burn your communities down, because those Walmarts, those Target stores and Walgreens, all the other stores, that's someone's job. When you burning your communities, you're jumping on the police and these imposters. Yes, there are imposters there. Those people, that's what they're paid to do. They're paid to burn down and to keep the fire going so that Army National Guards can start coming in.
Well,
and
here's the problem, sister. Here's the problem. The problem is we shouldn't need nobody else to do that for us, because the police are coming in regardless. The National Guard's coming in regardless. It wasn't imposters in Watts back in the 60s. It wasn't imposters in Cleveland back in the 60s. It wasn't imposters in Chicago back in the 60s and 70s. It wasn't imposters then, and it shouldn't be imposters now. Black folk are in the streets. Black folk are doing work. Black folk are getting it going. And this all just comes with the territory. So I'm not afraid about the National Guard. We shouldn't be afraid about that in the first place. Take a look at what they do when you are afraid. If they don't come get you as a group, they come get you as individuals. So not really worried about that, to be totally honest. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get a caller from area code 754. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Caller from area code 754. Last try. You're on live.
Hello?
Yes, you're on.
Jason. Yeah, man. I'm ready. I think we really in the big,
If you're ready,
this might be the big war.
What is your name? Where are you calling from?
My name's Thomas, calling from Hollywood, Florida.
Thomas from Hollywood, Florida. What is on your mind, Thomas?
Yes. Yes, sir. Just want to let you know, I think to let everybody know this revolution is real. And I want to follow my general, so I'm prepared to go to Shreveport, Louisiana, so you can lead me in battle, Jason. How may I get in touch with you so we can do this?
Okay. We're not rising up in Shreveport. Where you're calling from, Florida?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe There's a young man named Trayvon Martin who was killed 6 years ago in Florida.
Yes.
And
yes, he was.
so far, that crime has not been punished in any way. Not at all.
But
Trayvon,
but now's the time, and now you are a leader.
And Trayvon is one among many. So, what are you going to do in Florida?
Well, George Zimmerman, he's already done for. That's already
okay, brother. No, it's not, brother. No, I'm asking you, what are you going to do in Florida?
That's why I'm calling you.
Okay,
you're
brother. If you're in Florida, why in the hell are you trying to suck up under another man?
Because now's the time. You're
okay, brother. What, brother? This sounds like some hoe stuff. I don't do hoe stuff.
Brother, you not ready to fight? You not ready to fight?
Brother, you're in Florida asking another man, hey, can I come run out of Florida? It's time to put work in Florida.
Not any man.
Get off the phone here. It's time to put work in Florida. He said George Zimmerman's done for. Nigga, please. Caller from area code 215. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Yeah, how you doing, man? My name is Naya. I'm calling from Okinawa, Japan.
Okinawa, Japan. Okay. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Listen to the show. I don't often get time to listen to it live. So it's my first time calling to listen, and been put on for about going on 2 years now. But I wanted to piggyback on what the sister was saying in Minnesota, that I peeked on that 11-minute tape, and it was that the son of that merchant of that cup store that she's talking about initially came running out and started trying to blame George Floyd, and he basically got chased off the block and back into his building. So I'm definitely confirming I peeked that right away when I watched that video. And I was like, yeah, you know. So he tried to immediately come out, and he's trying to play damage control now in hopes that his stuff doesn't get burnt out. But
I think the folks there, I think everybody there knows what happened. And I think this is going to be a situation where it's now Minneapolis's turn to show what other cities like Shreveport, like Los Angeles, like Chicago, it's going to be their turn to show how serious they are about it. Simple as that. It's going to be their turn to show that.
And I think,
or how serious they're not.
True. I did want to say one more thing is that I'm getting these people coming to me. Of course, white men want to play the devil's advocate. Of course, so basically piggybacking on with that the ME said, the medical examiner talking about, well, he didn't die of his knee on his neck. He died from pre-existing conditions and possible intoxicants. They know if there was intoxicants in the system or if they weren't. There's no possible. Either they were or they weren't.
Here's something
means that there weren't.
Okay, 90 seconds that I keep having to remind people about tonight. If you all notice, I haven't quoted any of these people. I don't care what they have to say. I saw the video. I don't want to hear from the ME. I don't want to hear from the governor. I don't want to hear them tell me it was out of towners. I don't want to hear them tell me what the people need to do. I don't want to hear what they say the toxicology report is. I don't want to hear them talk about the store owner. I don't want to hear any of that. I don't want to hear what the white folk are organizing. I don't want to hear anything. Right now, it's time for I'm black and I say so. It's time for I'm black and I say so. So right now, the rule is you're guilty of murder. Well, murder is defined as, whoa. Murder is defined as what I say it is. Because I'm black and I say so. You murdered this man. Well, okay, even in murder, The penalty should be the penalty is the death penalty, and we will accept nothing less.
10 seconds.
No, it's not 10
True that.
seconds. It can be 10 hours. I'm black. I say so. But brother, one of the worst things I've heard here, as black folk, we don't need to go over the details. They're going to keep throwing crap out there. The ME is going to come out, the district attorney, and tell you what they can't do. The district attorney is going to come out and tell you what they can't do. The police union, everybody's going to be sitting up here talking about what they can't do. So the problem that we have as black folk is, see, when other folk want to do stuff to us, they don't argue about it. You see, as black men, when a white woman don't want you around, she picks up the phone. She picks up the phone. She ain't here to talk to you. She's like, I'm going to show you. I'm not going to talk. I'm not here to dispute or debate anything. As black folk, we sit up here. She don't want to hear your evidence. She doesn't want to see your degree. She doesn't want to hear corroborating witnesses. She's like, oh, no. We're going to go straight to the doing part. I don't want to hear your evidence. I don't want to hear your witnesses. I don't want to hear your experts. I'm white, and I say so. I don't care if you saw Daniel Pantaleo strangle this man on video. He died of an ulcer. Because I'm white, and I say so. I don't give a damn what you think you saw on video. You didn't see it, right? I'm white. I say so. Joe Biden. Yeah, I made the 3 strikes law, but ain't no 3 strikes law, nigga. You read that wrong. Matter of fact, it's not my fault. It's black folks' fault. Your black politicians are responsible for the bill that I wrote. Because I'm white. And I say so. As black people, you'll know that you've come into your own when the conversation turns like that. We're black and we say so. Not here debating, not here discussing. We're right because we're black and we say so. He's committed murder. You know why? Because we said so. And the punishment will be what we choose. Because we said so. We said so. We're not debating it. We're not stringing along. We're not arguing about it. We don't want to hear a toxicology report. We're done talking. We're done talking. When we get there, and that's a daily course of life, now you're where you need to be. Thank you very much for giving us a call, brother, over there. Please do keep it safe. Let me get caller from area code 832. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Okay, your phone's kind of muddled there. What's your name again?
Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Okay, you say David. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling about 7 hours or so from you down in Baton Rouge. I would like to just say a few things. Shout out to the folks in Minneapolis. They're doing what the media down here in Baton Rouge should have done when the Alton Sterling situation happened. I was in Houston, living in Houston at the time, and I had my own experience with Harris County Sheriff's out there. My mother called the cops on the father, and 5 sheriff's deputies came in, started storming up the place. 5 deputies for 1 man. But it's time to put away all the talk. There is no more talk. It's about action now. Put your money where your mouth is. Step up to the plate. I'm glad that folks are out there doing what they're doing. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Please do give us a call again. Let me get caller from area code 469. You're on live with Black Channel.
Hello, TVA. This is Jake giving you a call from Plano, Texas.
Jake from Plano, what's on your mind?
I just got a quick comment, a quick question. I myself, I work for a company, and I'm self-employed as a graphic designer and photographer. But I just want to know, your thoughts on, with all, millions of people and just making it germane to Black people being unemployed, what do you think happens when that unemployment number, or the unemployment cap runs out for the individual person. Like I myself, like was working like 5 days a week. They cut it to like 2 days a week, and they gave me like around like 7,000 for like unemployment. So what do you think will happen once that cap runs out?
I think you'll need to go get a new job.
Yes, sir. That's all I had to ask. And Black first to everybody.
Thank you very much for giving us a call. Let me try another one. Caller from 929 area code. You're on live with the Black Channel.
Hey, how you doing? This is Colin. I'm calling from New York.
Okay, what's your name again?
Colin.
Okay,
From
Colin.
New York City.
Where at New York are you calling from?
Brooklyn, New York.
Colin from Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
I just wanted to say a couple of things about things that I saw. I think people should kind of like exercise some caution while they go into these protests. Try to avoid bringing your cell phone if you know you're going to get busy. The NYPD has like mass surveillance technology. If your phone is at a specific area, they can pick up on it. They could do things like facial recognition, running through social media, find you, etc. You might want to, definitely take advantage of the fact that everyone's wearing a mask. You might want to distort your eyes and nose alignment just so they don't have any facial recognition. And of course, try to leave the cell phone at home. The clothes you go to the protest with need to be different when you exit that protest. You might want to even consider, using a bicycle to get home, not paying for certain like metro cars, just try to stay anonymous because right now it's crazy, but after things cool down, they're going to start going back and then they're going to attempt to do false attribution. Oh, you were here at this point, you did this, and you don't want to get, caught up in that. So you got to think about the before and the after.
Well, I certainly think that you're correct. I've been saying this for years, and a lot of folk wanted to criticize me back then. I've been saying for years that Black folk, you'll know you're serious when you stop trying to get attention. Everybody should be going with their face masks on right now. There's a white supremacist pandemic. And if you're going to fight white supremacy, you need to have your face mask on. These protests in Minnesota really jumped off because people had their face masks on. And once you did that, now you were ready to move more freely. Once you start doing that, you can move more freely. So I'm a big proponent of people wearing their face masks right now and making sure that they're ready to deal with the pandemic, because the pandemic is real. It's been around for 3,000 years. The pandemic is real. And if you're going to these protests and stuff, I think it should be mandatory. If you're serious, everybody needs to have your mask. Somebody said your mask and some shades. That's a good idea. Everybody needs to have your mask on. Maybe some sunglasses and a baseball cap. Everybody needs. Now you're ready. Now you're ready. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight, brother. Please do give us a call again. I'm going to take one more phone call from area code 305. I don't want us to stay out here too long tonight. You're on live with the Black Channel. What's your name? Where you calling from?
How you doing, Jason Black? This is T from Miami.
T from Miami. What's on your mind?
Can you hear me? This goes back to the caller. He was from Hollywood, Florida. He said that he wanted to know about orders to Shreveport, Louisiana. Okay. What I want to tell to that caller, to really to everyone, if you haven't been paying attention down in Miami, the mayor of Miami just issued a curfew and there was looting and rioting in Bayside. Okay? So that caller from Hollywood, you right there, bro. You don't need to go to Louisiana to join nothing. Okay? Just go down the street. Okay? Jason, I got to be 100% honest with you. I'm not a protester. Okay, that's not what I do, and I've held my tongue, and I've been listening to you for years. You, Tariq, PBT, years. Okay, I just never say anything about your movies. I'm here. I'm a grown ass man. Excuse my language. Okay, if I go down there with my training and my background, it ain't gonna be no peaceful protest. You understand me? Okay? I am in grad school right now.
Let me tell you something. I don't look for everybody to go to a protest. I don't look for that. I don't. I think everybody has a part that they can play, especially anybody who has specialized training. They have a part they should play in it. I'm a firm believer, as I said before, these problems were caused in the streets. I'm a firm believer these problems will be resolved in the streets. Now, that doesn't mean that they're all going to be resolved at the same time. They're not going to resolve at the same time. Y'all have to understand, a lot of this stuff here is retaliatory. White supremacy has been taking a lot of L's. We've been making sure they take them. So a lot of these folks, it's retaliatory. And we need to be aware that right now, the only thing I'm saying is everybody doesn't have to do the same thing, but everybody should be doing what they can do. Everybody. So this is about whether or not you go to a protest or whether you don't. It is really not. And if you got training, that's great. But if we never see it go to work, it's wasted. I'm just going to be honest. It's wasted. I want to see everybody who's got it and stuff. You don't have to say nothing to anybody. The Saints didn't say anything to anyone. The Saints didn't say nothing. The Saints came marching in. The Saints came marching in. That's all I'm looking for. The military's looking for a few good men. I'm looking for a few good Saints. That's all. But bottom line, the time for talk is over. When folks start doing what they've been doing for the last 15 years, we ain't talking no more. We ain't talking at all. We're done talking. Don't come to me for sympathy. Don't come to me for understanding. And don't really come to me for a discussion, really. Don't even do that. It's going to be what it's going to be. So, like I say, brother, whatever you want to do out there, man, just do your thing. Whatever you do, just make sure you do it right. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Brothers and sisters, we don't have to say nothing. We already know what to do. You already know who's with it. You already know what needs to be done about them. At this point right now, you just get to doing it. I've got nothing but respect for all the soldiers out there in the streets. I don't live in those places, but I'm doing my part from here. They need logistical support, technical support. We do that. I'm going to tell you, there's a chick who sent me an email tonight. She says she got an OnlyFans. She wants to know what she can do. She's like, hey, I'm trying to help. I got an OnlyFans account. Hey. She ain't making no excuses. She's like, can I twerk my way through the revolution? Surely you can do better than that. No, I'm not joking. I told y'all I get some of everything over here. Yeah, I got an email. She's like, I got an OnlyFans account, but I want to help. Okay. Can I contribute? Well, yeah, you can. We don't need no videos, but yeah. Hey, if she raising money anyway, if she gonna get the money up anyway, I'm not joking. I'm not gonna say her name. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to say her name. I'm going to say, by the way, yeah, we've been here for a while. I want to say to the younger generation to take heart. I want to say to you that these are not the worst of times. These are going to be remembered by you as the days of thunder. These are going to be the days where you're going to be able to look your children in the eye, something that your parents and your grandparents are unable to do with you. You are going to be able to tell them about the time that you got together and you started the era that brought to an end the centuries of white supremacy, that you made the world a safer, better place for your children so that these white supremacist ambush killings of opportunity would not continue, that the politicians and prosecutors who were supporting it did not get away with it, and that you said this far and no farther. Ain't gonna be no work Monday morning, ain't gonna be no TV shows, ain't gonna be no Instagramming, ain't gonna be no OnlyFans. Now what you doing? Not gonna be any of that. That's not the priority for you. You're gonna be able to look your kids in the eye and tell them, hey, we did something different. In the words of Gil Scott Heron, Green Acres and Beverly Hillbillies and Hooterville Junction won't be so damn relevant. Folks are living for the next TV show, living for the next YouTube video. And meanwhile, they're killing your naked girlfriend in the bed next to you. They're killing your children at the park and then telling you ain't nothing happened and the issue's resolved. Not anymore. If you are new here to the Black Channel, welcome to the Haven of Intelligent Black Thought. We do this every weekend. Over 96,000 subscribers and rising. We are not a little thing. If you are new here, click that red subscribe button and click that yellow notification bell. YouTube has us under something of a shadow ban, but definitely do click that and keep up to date with what we do. We have gotten a lot of orders in just the last 48 hours. We've gotten literally thousands of orders for our documentary work, particularly Race War. All of a sudden, there's been a spike in the number of orders that we've gotten for Race War. All my wholesalers and stores, everybody's been contacting me in the last 48 hours for Race War. Sounds to me like more folks are all of a sudden taking it damn seriously. That what we've been saying for years when you were mocking us as the pro-blacks and, oh, y'all worry about the police all the time. Sounds like everybody's worried about the police all of a sudden. All of a sudden, everybody sees things the same way. Very interesting. If you want to check out our documentary work, go to our website, blackchannelfilms.com. That is blackchannelfilms.com. See our documentary work, 7 a.m., Gentrified, Ethnic Cleansing American Style, our newest documentary, Race War. All available on sale, all available on Amazon, all available now. You want to check that out, blackchannelfilms.com. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of the BlackChannel.net radio program. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, Black is the future, and the future is revolution.
73, 74.
God,
75.
He just started. We're live. Sorry you guys had to sit there for that whole time.
Tall guy, beard, twins, purple hoser. Dude perfect in overtime. Tall guy, beard, twins, purple hoser. Now we're heading on to overtime.
Welcome to Overtime 16. We got a great show for you guys today. Kicking it off with some Wheel Unfortunate, then some Pace Test, then some Get Crafty, then some Cool Not Cool. Did you just say Wheel Unfortunate first? Yes, I did. Hit it with the intro! Shout out to one of the greatest movies of all time, but not in my top 10, Dumb and Dumber. Little hat from the movie. What are the chances we can get Corey to pick? Do we even waste our time asking him to pick? All right, let's have Cody pick it. I like Cody picking it. He's close enough to Corey that I think you think some of the magic might still be there? I think it might. I hate that you just thought of that because that's probably true. One eliminate. You pick the name, I pick the eliminate. Okay. The people are ready. Come on, Corey. Who's spinning the wheel? We're getting Corey to that one spot. What are you doing? You're eliminating? Yes, it is! Yeah, whoa! Whoa, careful! I know, I got it. Should I shake it for the eliminate? No, keep it regular. Keep it regular. Yeah, wait, what is he grabbing? An eliminate. For the person who is not spinning the wheel. Cody Jones. Can we address something? Cody has been picked once the first time. The level of acceleration of my heart rate. Pull Corey's name out of the hat. Hold on. Wait. Whoa, no, this is the person. He's numb. He's numb to it, dude. He has no emotion. Hate this show. Everyone start chanting Corey's name, and it's going to be him. Stop. Corey. Corey. I'm not going to lie. Every time I see a C, it is the greatest thing ever. I agree. I love C's. Head over there. Head over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that don't know who I am, I'm Dad Forrest, your host of the Greatest Gator Show. And you're thinking to yourself, well, I wonder why old Dad's got a gator head with him today. Well, I got a cousin. I call him a cousin. I'm not really sure how we're related up in Oklahoma. Old Joe Exotic, he said, hey, Dad, why don't you come on over there and scare some people with a gator head? I said, I'll take it off your hands, Joe, but I think I'll just set it aside for now. All right, well, why don't we bring up our contestant, Mr. Cody Cotton? All right.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, what else? Oh, how many times have you been on the show?
I think I've been 3 times. It's great to see you again.
3 times on the show. Do you have a favorite time that you've been on the show?
You know, French toasted stands out.
Sure.
The snake just really disappointing.
The funny thing is, I didn't even care what your favorite part was. That was a distraction maneuver. So, you know what you can't have while you're out here? A Golden Boy, too. I'll give you one of those. So
awesome, man. Thank you.
Hold on to that, and then this. No, I'm getting distracted. You know, it's going to be a great day for a wheel spin, so just no, I'm just kidding. I got you again. I got you. Oh, I feel bad for you, so I'll just give you some money because that's not plenty out here. All right. Thank you so much for that wheel force one time there, Code. Say it with me. Spin, wheel. All right. Mid-toes explosion. We're going to get a little creative with that one. It's going to be more enjoyable than it sounds. But for now... We've got a little bit of a predicament here. It's a rare case where the wheel did not stop perfectly on line. This is not a decision we're gonna want to rush. You're gonna have to shake your head. Yes, come on, It's come on. Hey, clarification. That is a man of grace, generosity. What I'm gonna tell you to do, what I'm gonna mandate, is that God. Head downstairs, enjoy it, buddy. We'll see you next time. Stay with me. 10, 9, 4, 3, get out of here. That's it. All right. Enjoy this little segment. No, come on.
I would like to take this moment, nominate the man of the hour, the man who kept me from having to shave my own head and did the incredible pick job out of the hat. I would like for him to do the ribbon cutting ceremony. Thank you very much. Just get a good little. Oh yeah. It doesn't even look that different. It actually looks better like that. You should do your hair like that more often. Oh yeah, right there. Oh my gosh, I've been there.
Careful, don't go too far out.
All right, sidewise, what do you think? It needs to go down on the side. Oh, we're just going for it. That's it. That's it.
That felt lower than expected.
Come look at it now. Why are you laughing? It just looks great. What do you think my wife's gonna think? I think she's gonna love you for you.
Guys!
I'll give the ear ring.
Guys! It was supposed to be a private talk.
Yeah, let me let the other ear breathe.
I want to see my new look. What am I working with? Oh! No! I look like Tom from Guess Who! No! Oh, my poor wife. All right.
It's not a great look.
Say it with me. That's unfortunate. Well done, Cole. Go have some out at the desk.
Found it.
Nothing.
See you guys. Hey guys, was this the reaction that when I showed up to the office one day looking like that? I mean, it wasn't that bad. Yeah, it's just a different feel because that one we couldn't really, laugh about it. But you wanted to. You wanted to.
Now you know where we were at.
We should move the attention off of Kobe.
Agreed.
Thanks. Let's pretend, say for example, I'm the burger boy. Let's say that Garrett is the king of coffee. We have in our group a self-proclaimed Prince of Pizza.
Oh, wow.
Cody Jones claims that he can tell the difference in any pizza out there. It's time for taste test. All right, Codes, how well can you see?
0. See a lot of blue.
You look like Anakin Skywalker.
Oh, thank you, my good sir.
Yeah.
Hey, let's turn this into a betcha. I betcha.
No,
I go 5 for
too
5.
confusing. All right, Chad, throw up the betcha graphic. I wonder if he could feel between our bald heads.
Oh, he did.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, very smooth.
Okay, this is head number 2.
Oh, that's prickly. That's Kobe, and that was Gare.
Take them off. Take them off. No! Okay! Not off to a good start.
I didn't say I was good at that.
Here's your pizza. You can. I'm not gonna feed you. You do
Yeah,
your own
I
thing.
fed you.
Yeah, that's
Do the
true.
footage.
You did. All right, there you
All
go.
right, take a bite. That's all you need.
Don't
Burger
stick your
boy.
tongue out.
Yeah, don't
Just
be a
eat
weird
it
price.
normal. He declares now, but he can switch later. Do you want a crust bite too?
No, Pizza Hut.
The man is confident.
I'm gonna stick with Pizza Hut.
Okay.
Next random piece of pizza coming at you.
Please open your mouth, Cody.
It's been open. There you go.
Would you like a crust bite? Yeah. He has no idea.
He has no clue. He has no clue.
You Prince of Pizza, you're a fraud.
False heir to the throne.
He had him.
It's either a Domino's or a Papa's. I can just tell it's good quality, high-end pizza.
Okay. So which one of those two would you like it to go on?
Let's put it in Dommy's.
Okay. This is your next pizza.
I'm so excited.
I touched your chin with that one a little bit.
It was so cold. I'm gonna say you guys didn't heat it up enough and say that was a frozen. I gotta taste the sauce.
Pizza coming up.
Wasn't a very big bite that you did there. This is gonna blow your mind. But when I used to do door-to-door sales, I ate gas station pizza all the time, and I haven't had that piece of pizza in at least 10 years. But that's gas station pizza right there. I'm telling you right now, it's just so distinct.
Would you like to lock in that slice of pizza?
I would like to lock in that slice of pizza. I don't want to mess me up in other ones.
Lock it in for
That's
no
gas
change.
station old. That's $2.99 a slice too. That's premium pizza. Oh, I messed up. That needs garlic butter because that's Papa John's. I don't want to touch
That's fine.
gas station, and I don't want to touch frozen.
Okay.
Here's what I'm thinking. I might have gotten Domino's and Pizza Hut mixed. Can I have a bite of each of those?
Yep. You can. This is the pizza that you said was Domino's.
And it might be. I got to trust my gut here.
Okay. Yeah, it's right now.
Technically, you're talking.
What did he say this one was? He said this was Domino's.
You know what? Normally, here's what's throwing me off. At Pizza Hut, I always go stuffed crust every time. 9 times out of 10. I never had the regular cheese. That's Pizza Hut.
Would you like to taste the other one?
Might as well. I'm on a pizza cake. Pizza roll.
This is the pizza that you said was a Pizza Hut. I love that you fit a pizza roll pun in there.
That was Domino's.
So you have locked in essentially all five now. If you feel good about those last two, would you like to make any more changes?
I feel like you want me to say yes, but I don't know where I would go.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Take off your goggles. Cody Jones,
Am I the pizza prince?
you claim to be the Prince of Pizza.
It's not a good sign.
You are not the Prince of Pizza.
Dang it.
Because you are the King of Pizza! You nailed it! Cody, if you would stand on the desk and take a knee, I now dub you Cody Jones, the king of pizza! It's time to head downstairs and let's get crafty.
Welcome to Get Crafty. I'm Sparky, and today the boys are recreating this iconic photo of Panda, the basketball goal on fire, but we're going to give them different backgrounds. Cody, let's do forest. Background for you, mountain. The beard says mountain to me.
Mountain, I like it.
Core, seaside.
Okay.
Does that work?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Let's go desert western theme. Perfect. Moonlight, like a midnight edition.
I'd like the hardest one.
I'll be your judge today. The curriculum pretty easy. Whichever painting would sell the highest and is visually pleasing to the eyes will get the gold.
Very subjective.
Very subjective. Starting in 3, 2, 1.
What's up, guys? Core checking into the game. Some of you may have seen my appearance on the original Get Crafty. I made a phenomenal chair. This is going to be rough. The saddest thing is that my sister, I'm not joking, is a professional painter. I would argue that paint brushes are overhyped and this metal thingy is underhyped. Also, white shoes seem like probably a bad choice today. I think I'm almost done, honestly. I mean, just put some panda eyes in there and call it a day. Just kind of getting the background started off. Just putting some happy little clouds in here. Shouldn't we all turn our things sideways if we're trying to match that? People had thought about that beforehand when they looked at the painting and it was sideways. I thought about it and chose not to. It's a good catch I just had there. Right way too low. I don't paint. If I ever do art, it's drawing with like a pencil or like some Crayolas.
About a good 7 minutes in now. You're gonna put brush to portrait here, or are we just gonna mix colors?
You know what? You're here for the perfect time. You're here for my first
Brush the paint. It's a good 8 minutes in, but we're underway finally.
What is happening over there?
It's so hard to focus.
Ah, figured. What's happening over here? What's up, Coach? Howdy. Hey, you're not the judge like you were in here. Why don't you go back into your area before I push that paint in your face, huh? Huh?
All right, Garrett. Got the background all done. Not much chitter chatter out of you. You seem like you're in your comfort zone.
Trying to just visualize a moon.
This is what this is right here at the bottom. I couldn't really
I
tell.
think the color's pretty close. I went foreground before the background.
Yep.
And I'm realizing why that's a big deal because I got to navigate around the fireball. I got to go behind Panda. And so at this point, I think the title is out of the question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking to make podium.
All right, we're about 20 minutes in. Progress being made. Time's ticking down. Focus at this point is at the utmost of importance.
Oh, woo!
We're going to catch.
I wish that had fallen. That's what I needed. What are those blue reeds?
Don't worry about the blue reeds.
I'm hoping Sparky's a big fan of birds. I'm going to throw some birds in the sky.
I do not like birds whatsoever. If he goes birds, it'll only hurt.
I'm done. At this point, it's not going to get better. I'm done. I'm over. The panda right here, that is quality. Get away from me. If I could cut that out and go stick that on mine, I would.
3 minutes. 3 minutes left.
Go, people. I'm making these guys. I needed 5.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up. Well done, gentlemen. Good. Let's set up the easels and start the judging process. One thing left to do. Time to judge him. I like this guy a lot. I would hate to say something bad about him. But Corey, what isn't wrong with this painting? Panda's legs and arms completely disproportionate. Supposedly fire. Buck 14. Buck 14.
Oh, he's coming over. Where's he going?
Cody.
Come on, man.
My 4th place finish.
Thank you.
Mini Panda. It wasn't a bad call. I just don't like how it played.
Yeah.
I don't like how it played.
Yeah, I really wanted to emphasize the forest. If I had him real big, you wouldn't be able to see it. $8.
No way. Trust me.
Way less.
At a dollar store, you probably catch it for about $4. If it's on clearance, $2.25. Okay, Gare. I'm sorry, dude. You're finishing 3rd. You're on the podium. You're finishing 3rd. Gare, I thought the moonlight background would be an easy one. It just didn't play well with Panda. Really tough to make him pop, but I thought you were a little haywire with what you're trying to do here. Just kind of win on you, you know? It's a good piece. Don't get me wrong. American flag definitely adds value.
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes!
We got payments. You honestly got a good deal because I have the value at about 37.
Okay, so I ripped the buyer off.
Yeah.
No, hey, it's not your money.
It's Spark money. It was handed to me.
Spark, it's not. Let me. I think
handed to me.
we're getting a weird sense here. Give me that.
Okay.
Shock the world.
Okay.
Come on,
Shock
baby.
the world. Okay, they're really close.
They are.
One goes vertical, one goes horizontal.
Are they really that close? I think Kobe's background is very close to yours.
What? Are y'all crazy?
Let me judge.
Are y'all nuts?
Let me judge.
Look at the three.
Let me judge.
Hey, security.
Late cactus and tumbleweed edition. Great.
That was late to the game.
And you can paint better than your haircut looks, at least.
No doubt.
But you are second place.
I totally agree with that decision.
Hey.
I thought maybe I could weasel one out of you, but second place is what I expected. What? I'm performing.
37.39 is what I have that valued at.
Scared?
That's how close that is. 39 cent difference. I mean, we're talking, it was really close. My winner, I mean,
Thank you.
the shading,
Shading's nice.
unbelievable. The mountain work. I was a little worried up here when you started and you added the light.